This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Christy Cobb said her son Liam dealt with mental health issues long before he died by suicide at the age of 19, jumping from a wind turbine near Douglas earlier this month. Christy told Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson that she hopes that her son's life can serve as inspiration, that it's possible for life to get better even when people feel they're in a dark place.
She described him as very tortured in that he had been dealing with mental health issues for a few years. He had even told his parents a few years ago that he planned to commit suicide and had a plan to do it. So this was nothing new and not necessarily a huge shocker for the Cobbs, but they actively tried to fight it, and they did what they could for Liam those last few years, trying to reach out to him as much as possible, be as supportive as possible. But at the end of the day, it still wasn't enough.
Cobb said she wants her son's death to serve as a reminder for people to reach out to those they know who have mental struggles and to let them know they matter. Law enforcement on the Wind River Indian Reservation is investigating the case of a person found dead there Monday. Meanwhile, the daughter of a man who's been missing since at least December told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Tuesday she'd received a tentative confirmation the decedent is her long-missing dad, Rex Lofts, who was last seen December 14th.
Authorities discovered a deceased person on the reservation Monday night. The person was in a truck. The truck had been shot. It was a male from the sounds of the scanner traffic. And I was in touch with the daughter of a longtime missing person, Rex Lofts, and his daughter, Cody Olson, has not heard from him since like November. I was in touch with her and she said, well, the coroner said that it may be him and she would let me know after her autopsy today.
Bureau of Indian Affairs officers from Wind River Agency and an agent from the BIA's Missing and Murdered Unit are working with the FBI to identify and investigate the death. A judge has found sufficient evidence to charge a former certified nursing assistant in Gillette with involuntary manslaughter in connection with the freezing death of an 88-year-old memory care patient at the Legacy Living and Rehabilitation Center. 57-year-old Bernard Hale was bound over to district court Tuesday on charges that he was responsible for the death of Judith Duvall, who wandered outside of the care facility in early January and died the morning of January 10th after spending more than 9 hours in frigid temperatures before being discovered by staff. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that Duvall's official cause of death was exposure and hypothermia.
Based on the standard of care for CNA professionals, he should have opened that door and gone outside to look for her, to look to see if any patient had gone out, then also interviewed the patient who was closest to the door. The state alleges he did neither. The counter argument by the defense is that the Legacy did not have written protocols in place dictating that particular door policy.
Hale is currently being detained in the Campbell County Detention Center. If found guilty of the charge, he faces up to 20 years in prison, a fine of up to $10,000 or both. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Want to give back to the place you call home? You can leave a lasting legacy gift with the Wyoming Community Foundation's 5 to Thrive initiative. It's simple. Just leave 5% of your wealth to support local nonprofits while keeping 95% for your loved ones. We like to call it Give Where You Live. Your gift stays right here, building a stronger and thriving Wyoming for generations to come. Visit wycf.org to learn more, because a thriving Wyoming starts with you. That's wycf.org.
Hundreds of mule deer are killed along a 25-mile stretch of U.S. Highway 26, roughly centered around Du Bois, so a coalition of state agencies and tribal and private groups pegged it for Wyoming's next major wildlife crossing project. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that as the administration of President Donald Trump continues to comb through federal budgets, grants for highway projects aren't readily available, so some major wildlife crossing projects are on hold.
I did talk to one of the bigger fundraisers, the manager of the Wildlife Fund, and he said he doesn't envision that wildlife crossings are something that's ultimately going to get cut, because in this day of crazy polarization and partisanship, that seems to be one of the few things that everybody can agree on.
Building 3 wildlife underpasses and an overpass near Du Bois remains the top priority among pending projects in Wyoming. Another high priority undertaking is the proposed Halleck Ridge project, an overpass along I-80 in the Elk Mountain area. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
Analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Cowboy State Daily. It's a Wednesday edition of the show. Guilty. Jury takes 6 hours to find Stephen Marler was a bad dad. Foster father who felt up kids in his care showed no emotion when the verdict was read. Mom says her 19-year-old son didn't fall from the wind turbine. He jumped. Long-standing battle with depression, suicidal thoughts to blame. Money problems in Wyoming. Shrinking minerals revenue puts schools in a bind. Wildlife crossings are put on hold as the state awaits new Fed direction on spending. Unexploded bottle bombs found in Newcastle. Cops blow them up by shooting them. Wyoming man sentenced for having child porn on his phone, but many photos depicted dead children in the act. Wyoming has no laws against necrophilia. Special guest from the Jackson Hole Airport on the show to discuss the latest initiative and recognition for the nation's only airport within a national park. These stories and more on the Cowboys State Daily Show with Jake. Let's get it going with the weather forecast. Casper, just a chance of rain in the late afternoon. Otherwise, partly sunny, breezy, 60. Pretty nice day. This is kind of the last day of a string of a couple that have been really nice. Things start to break down today in the afternoon, early evening. Chance of rain late in Lander with highs near 60. Chance of snow and rain in Evanston. Mostly cloudy with highs near 60. Evanston's going to get it first. They're all the way over there in the southwest part of the state. They're going to get it, this new system, early. Chance of rain in Rock Springs around 1 o'clock. Otherwise, partly sunny, 59. Pinedale, chance of snow or rain. Otherwise, partly sunny, highs 51. Afton, you'll see rain at some point in the day today, probably partly sunny, 56. DuBois, chance of snow and or rain. Otherwise, partly sunny, 51. Jackson, chance of seeing a rain-snow mix. Partly sunny, highs in the upper 50s. Thermopolis, chance of rain in the late afternoon. Partly sunny until then, 61 the high. Cody, 50 with a chance of rain mainly in the afternoon. Powell, mid-50s. You'll see rain maybe around 3. Rain coming to Buffalo about 4 o'clock. Otherwise, partly sunny, 52. Sheridan, 57 with a chance of rain in the afternoon. Gillette, mostly cloudy, 57. Wind gusts. Your rain coming overnight in Gillette. Slight chance of rain afternoon in Newcastle, where they found bottle bombs. It's the last place in the world I never thought I'd say that story, much less think there's bottle bombs in Newcastle. We'll talk more about that. Chance of rain about 3 o'clock in Torrington. Clouds on the increase until then, 61 the high. Douglas, sunny, 58. Slight chance of rain after 3. Cheyenne, chance of rain right around 3 o'clock. Otherwise, partly sunny, highs near 60. Laramie, you'll be upper 50s. Chance of rain in the afternoon as well. Maybe rain coming to Rawlins about 3. Partly sunny, 63 until then. So you get the idea. Everybody going to get some moisture in the afternoon, basically. Some point in the afternoon. That's how we see it going down. That's how Don Day sees it going down. Day weather forecast on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Well, where to start? I know some people are cheering, rejoicing. I don't know if that's the correct term. Whether you're pleased with or cheering or rejoicing a verdict in a court case, because, in the case of the Casper foster dad, Stephen Marler, nothing turns back the clock. No verdict can erase what has happened. So is it really cause for cheering? I know on Facebook, a lot of folks yesterday, on the last time we had a story posted on this, the jury, it was the final day of deliberation yesterday, and the Cowboy State Daily story posted saying, final day of deliberation, case is now in the jury's hands. And the Facebook comments were unanimously, I won't even say nearly unanimously, nobody coming to the defense of the foster dad, Stephen Marler. Nobody said, well, let's not rush to judgment. Let's give him his... Nobody. Everyone on the Facebook comments, everyone commenting on this story, everyone who's taken an interest in this case, almost, again, I'm not even going to say almost, 100% of us, outside of maybe Mrs. Marler, but of anyone who commented, we're all saying this, basically the same thing, paraphrasing your words. This is an evil guy who let evil inclinations get the best of him. His intentions to become a foster dad, maybe at one point were good. But what we hear that was alleged that went on in that house is cringe. Everything about this case is cringe to the max. I know that word has now fallen out of favor, and I'm giving myself away as a boomer and an OG who still uses cringe. The kids are on to something else now. I don't even know what it is. But you're not supposed to say cringe anymore. That like gives you away as old. What is the new... I get easily sidetracked. What is the new cringe? Oh, I'm just hearing subjects that are cringy. All right, like skinny jeans, they're out. What is the new word for cringe? According to TikTok, cringy or cringe are now being replaced by yikes. Oh, okay. Well, that's like an old one. Yikes is making a comeback. Awful. Well, I mean, that's a real word. And unbecoming. Those are the new TikTok phrases for stuff that's cringe. Okay, you can apply any of those, I guess, to this case, the Casper dad, who's been found guilty on 8 of 11 charges. Cringe, awful, unbecoming, yep, all of the above. But as I said yesterday when we left the story and the jury was going to go deliberate, 100% of the feedback was, lock this guy up. Please come back with a guilty. I mean, people are emotionally invested in this story. And I think it's kind of to do with people get really emotional about animals that are harmed, because these are defenseless victims for the most part. These victims have no chance. When you're talking about a dog tied up in the yard and the dog is left out in the cold and is beaten and abused, people get really emotional about that kind of stuff because the dog didn't choose that life. The dog has little recourse. Same with kids. Kids are trusting these foster parents. And then what happens? That gets people ready to take their pound of flesh. It gets people, that's the kind of stuff that gets people in a posse mentality and hunting a tall tree and a short rope. That was almost everyone. That was everyone on the Facebook comments. Lock this guy up. Put him in prison and, give him some unsupervised time in the shower. Give him some unsupervised time out in the general yard, as it were. In other words, all the guards in the prison, take a break, take a smoke break, take a vape break, and let this guy out in the general pop. Out in Gen Pop, a guy like Stephen Marler will find out what it's like to be abused. Sorry. So, especially yesterday, when one alleged victim told the jury that foster dad Stephen Marler said, "I know I shouldn't love you like this, but I do." That's cringe. That's yikes. That's awful. That's unbecoming. Ugh. So the jury spent just a shade over 6 hours. That's all. Came back Tuesday evening, late last night. Dale Killingback's been following this story. Dale stayed up because I bet Dale had an idea the jury wouldn't be long. They went Tuesday afternoon into deliberation, and Dale waited up with him. He was expecting news before the morning. And sure enough, Stephen Marler found guilty on 8 of the 11 charges of sexually abusing 2 adopted daughters, including one of rape. Too early to say whether defense lawyers are going to appeal. They said they don't know yet. The 50-year-old former award-winning foster parent also convicted of 5 counts of battery, 1 of child endangerment, all stemming from incidents between November 2012 and June of 2022. Marler showed little emotion as the verdict was read. The court bailiff warned those in the courtroom against showing any reaction to the verdict. Otherwise, do not cheer this verdict. Here's Dale Killingback with more on this breaking story this morning as he talked to Wendy Kaur about what it was like to be in the courtroom, to hear the verdict read. This is Dale.
A 12-person jury has determined that a former award-winning foster father is guilty on 8 counts of abusing multiple children, either sexually or physically. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingback reports that after nearly 2 weeks of sometimes graphic and emotional testimony in the case against Stephen Marler, the jury was out for 6.5 hours before announcing their verdict Tuesday evening.
About 7:30 on Tuesday, a 7-man and 5-woman jury here in Natrona County came down with a verdict on the sex charges against a former award-winning foster dad. They found him guilty on 8 of 11 charges that he was facing involving sexually abusing adopted daughters. 3 of the charges were dismissed. Those involved foster daughters back from 2013 and 2014. He was found guilty on 5 counts of battery and 1 count of child endangerment. And he showed little emotion when the verdict was read. He did wave to his family as his bond was revoked and he was taken away by sheriff deputies.
A pre-sentence investigation has been ordered prior to scheduling a sentencing hearing.
Yeah, sentencing next. Natrona County Assistant District Attorney Brandon Rosti asked Judge Kerry Johnson to revoke Marler's $250,000 bond, which she did. That means Marler's got to go move immediately to incarceration. Defense Attorney John Hummel gave Marler a hug. Hummel said later, "I wished him well." He and co-counsel Devin Peterson said it was too early to make any decisions about a possible appeal. And they're busy reviewing the trial transcript, trying to find perhaps some kind of hole, some kind of mistake. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rosti, prosecutor, said the jury worked hard. They took notes. We respect the verdict, the jury's verdict. Stephen Marler, in breaking news this morning, found guilty on 8 of 11 charges of sexually abusing his adopted daughters and being kind of hard on the boys. Yeah. And I don't know what else to say about that. I don't know what else to say about another story that's just cringe, yikes, unbecoming. There needs to be a harder word for cringe. There needs to be something beyond that for this story and this man. Claire McFarland's story about a Wyoming man accused of having deceased child porn gets 22 to 27 years imprisoned. He pleaded no contest. Prepare yourselves. And if this kind of stuff turns you off or makes a bad taste in your mouth, I hear you. You can skip it. We'll come back and talk about that after this break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure? I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
Cowboys Stay Daily show with Jake. It's Wednesday. You know, I forget that so many people watch us on X, formerly Twitter, of course. In fact, yesterday we had a text from Mary watching the show all the way from Tel Aviv, Israel, on X. Hi, Mary. Hello, everybody in Israel, in Tel Aviv. Very cosmopolitan. One of the coolest cities. Yeah, we have a big, robust following listeners on X. You can also follow the show on Facebook Live. Of course, anytime we're live, which is weekday mornings, the show's also on the website, cowboysdaydaily.com. It's heard, we're heard all around the state of Wyoming on radio. Big hello to everybody listening on KJAX in Jackson. Coming to Cheyenne soon. Yeah, so world domination in effect. Okay, let's take a look at one more cringe story. Unbecoming, yep. Yikes, more like it. As the kids say on TikTok, this story is so yikes. Is that really... Am I just being fooled? Is someone pulling my OG leg, my boomer leg? Is yikes really the new cringe? Supposedly. I don't know. Maybe you know. If there's any kids, there's nobody up. Nobody under 30 is awake right now. Or under 20. All right, any teenagers that are accidentally awake right now, text. Teenagers love to text. Text me and tell me if really the new cringe is now yikes. 307-999-TALK. 307-999-TALK. Or maybe the parent of a kid. Is your 14-year-old walking around saying yikes? When you do so, and everything you do is cringe, right? You as a parent, like you'll do something and your daughter will be like, yikes. I guess that's the word, yikes. All of us, no matter what our age, probably saying yikes over this. Wyoming man originally accused of having pornographic images of babies, toddlers, and dead children. Oh, golly. Has been sentenced to 22 to 27 years in prison. He pleaded no contest. In other words, he did not plead innocent or guilty. He kind of pleaded like indifferent, something in the middle. Didn't admit to his guilt, but didn't deny it either. That's no contest, nolo contendere. Pleaded no contest to 23 of the 54 child porn charges. I love when I see these, you know, whether it's 8 or 11 counts of sexual abuse, or whether it's 23 or 54 child porn images on your phone. One is enough. That's all I need. One. It's like the same thing when some guy does some horribly terrible crime, you know, kills somebody, chops up their body parts, and puts them in little boxes and mails them to another, you know, something horrific. And then added on to the charge is terroristic threats or something like that. Isn't the real crime bad enough? When did murder not become enough that we have to now add on that something was, they also have like bullying or what is the charge they add on now? It's like terroristic violence, I think murder's probably the tops. We don't need anything else. This man from Reliance man, originally accused of having these images in his possession, now sentenced. Justin Golay, 34-year-old, received a sentence. Sweetwater County. Golay's April 8th sentencing hearing, the prosecuting attorney was looking for a sentence of up to 230 years in prison. Well, Golay's got high hopes if he's going to live that long. Ultimately, Golay didn't plead to the more unique child pornography counts, which accused him of harboring lewd images of dead children. That's probably because those charges were among 30 of the counts dismissed at Golay's sentencing because Wyoming does not have necrophilia statutes. So while there may have been children involved in these images, if the children were indeed dead, this just gets cringier and cringier, yuckier, yikesier and yikesier. If the children were dead, it opens up interesting legal issues, legal questions of whether Wyoming's child pornography charges even apply if the victims are no longer alive. It certainly bothered Sweetwater County Attorney Daniel Erasmus. I'm sure I'm not saying his name correctly. Sorry, Daniel. But he was hesitant to really pursue and go after child porn charges on the images of the dead children because he wondered, can I even get a conviction on child pornography if the children in these photos and videos are dead? Because in Wyoming, there's no necrophilia statutes. In other words, no laws against being with a dead person. Oh, man. Okay. We might have to change gears to something more. Yeah. You can, if you like, you can go ahead and read the rest. It just gets grosser and grosser. Cowboy State Daily, Claire McFarland has that story today. You could check that out. Golay, I did a little internet stalking, and this guy, I'm pretty sure I have the right guy. This guy was got married not that long ago. And it makes me think, Mrs. Marler, the foster mom, and the woman who married this guy, what must they make of all this? Do they have any idea the monster that they married? I don't know. Well, something lighter on the docket is government ineptness. Government. It's always fun to poke fun at the federal government, right? The BLM, Bureau of Land Management, for those of you outside of the state of Wyoming, BLM is the Bureau of Land Management, not the Black Lives Matter movement. BLM is reminding residents, the BLM speaketh out of both sides of their mouth, as some natives would say back in the day. Only the BLM man can speak with forked tongue. The BLM reminding residents wild horses and burros on public land are federally protected under the Wild Free Roaming Horses and Burro Act of 1971. Therefore, it's illegal to remove them from the range. Only the government can do that. BLM says, because that's exactly what they are intending to do. On one hand, the Bureau of Land Management has acknowledged there are too many free grazing wild feral horses on the land in Wyoming, and they want to round them up and get rid of all of them. This has been going on for decades. There's too many. Every year, the BLM has roundups to remove what they say is overgrazing and overpopulation of the feral horse population. Every year, they pull them off the land in big roundups. They put them in pens, and they feed them, presumably feed them for the rest of their lives. Some are adopted out, yes. And now the BLM recently announced within the last week or two that they're going to round up even more. They're looking to try to get all the feral horses off Wyoming public lands in the Adobe Towns area, in other areas where the wild horses are. They're looking to go get all of them. Well, what an undertaking that must be, both financially and physically, the undertaking. So the BLM on one hand says, yeah, we got too many horses out on the land and we're going to go get all of them. And on the other hand, they say, but you can't. You don't take any. You know, if you find a feral horse and he looks pretty good and you think, well, there's a free horse. If I catch him and train him, and I could have myself a free horse. Well, no, you can't. That's the government's job. It's just government again, an example for me of government overreach. When the feds tell you, you can't go you can adopt a wild horse. The only way you can get a wild horse is if you pay money after the government has already rounded them up. I don't feel free anymore in America when I can't just go out and lasso a wild horse. Horses that the government says there are too many of, and it has to go get them. Eddie Vandenberg says this is a serious issue. Removing one horse from the range without authorization is not only illegal, it can also harm the animal. Oh, sorry. Oh, I might hurt the horse because I don't know what I'm doing. But the government rounding them up with helicopters and ATVs, they know what they're doing. Eddie Vandenberg is a wild horse and burro specialist with the BLM Rawlins field office. It may seem like a good deed, but removing a wild horse from the range is no different than taking an eagle chick from its nest. Yes, it is. Because we don't have a problem with eagles. There are not an overpopulation of eagles. Yes, I know both these animals are protected under federal protection. But if the BLM is crying that it's got to go round up more and more and more, it's tried sterilization programs. It's tried darting females. It's tried shooting mares with sterilization syringes so they can't reproduce. It's rounded up feral horses every year. The BLM's in a constant war with too many feral horses, removing them from the land, yet they don't want you to go take one. That's the government saying, we know how to do it. We can do it. You can't. I don't like that. Can you tell? I don't like that. Anyhow, Elon Musk says he's quitting Doge. Did you see that? Yesterday, I saw that story. Some insider who didn't want to be named yesterday said, yeah, Elon's quitting the Doge thing. He doesn't want to work for Trump or the government anymore because Tesla's circling the drain. He's put his focus so much on the White House. I just took that as, well, if you're an unnamed source, you know, anybody could make that up. Let's see. And then sure enough, today, the official announcement, Tesla CEO Elon Musk announces he would turn his attention back to the electric vehicle maker. His stockholders are like, Look, Tesla's dying. While you go fire government employees, Tesla's dying. Come back. Musk said, yeah, he's going to work maybe a couple of days a week. I think, is that what he said? Probably, let's see, in his own words, probably starting next month in May, my time allocation at Doge will drop significantly, Musk said. I'll have to continue doing it. I think we have the remainder of the president's term to make sure waste and fraud that we stop does not come roaring back, which it will do if it has the chance. These are the words of Elon Musk. So Musk is going to stick with it just because if he doesn't, all of a sudden people are, spending will get out of hand again. But Musk said he would cut back significantly on the efforts of Doge. He said, I'm going to spend like a day or two a week on government matters. In other words, he's going to work about as hard as President Trump, who seems to be golfing every day. I'm just kidding. Again, I am not political. I'm just making jokes. I'm just repeating the liberal left's narrative on President Trump, and they're really busting his hiney on how much golf he's playing. I would like a gig where I only have to work a day or two a week, but I'm sure, Elon's going to be super busy trying to get Tesla back on its feet and super busy making more babies because he's only got, 13? That's, he's a hardworking dude out there making babies, being a baby daddy, and then trying to get Tesla back somewhere because, everything I hear about is just tanking. So, that news appears to be real. Yesterday I wondered, but Elon Musk says he's going to cut back on how much time he's spending on Doge and firing people, and he's going to go do his own original job as Tesla's CEO, and he might work, a day or two in the White House. We'll be back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show, including more Cowboy State Daily stories that you'll probably see in your newsletter. I hope you subscribe to the newsletter. In your email this morning, you had all the news, bang, popped right up first thing in the morning. Just subscribe, leave your email. And by the way, if you're enjoying us on X, Facebook Live, YouTube, wherever, make sure you subscribe there as well so you never miss a trick. We'll be right back.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
you are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's Wednesday. Howdy. Thanks for making us part of your regular routine. I hope it's regular. It's a good way to wake up, stay plugged in, and be informed. I've already taught you the new word for cringe is yikes. And we're moving backwards in our Merriam-Webster dictionary. Yikes. Resurrecting an old word. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, a lot of the stories following here in the state are kind of downers. It's not always that way. A lot of times there's positive stuff, but boy, we deal with a heavy topic yesterday when we talked to Jen Coker on the air. We talked about that story of the Cundys and a family that struggled with their son committing suicide. He was, I want to say in his 30s. And then they found out that the son had a kid, so they found a granddaughter they never knew they had. So it was a little bit of a positive wrinkle on that story, a little bit of a silver lining on that suicide story. That was yesterday with Jen Coker earlier in the week. And Jen and I talked about how difficult it is to get family members to open up and talk about suicide because, you kind of just don't want to go there in your mind. If it happens, if it's your spouse, your kid, your parent, whoever it is, your first inclination is to deny. It didn't happen. It's not happening. This can't be happening. And to find a family member who wants to be open and frank about suicide and talk about it, if only to help others, is rare. Jen and I talked about that. And then here we have kind of the same thing happening today in the news. Follow-up story from Leo Wolfson's story about the 19-year-old wind tech. Remember, we found this 19-year-old dead at the base of a wind turbine, presumably fell to his death. That's the story that Leo had a few days ago. And now we find, thanks mainly to the parents, Christy Cobb, the mom, who has opened up, talked to Leo Wolfson and said, well, my son didn't likely fall from that turbine. He probably jumped. Well, that's a completely different story and a completely different topic. Liam Cobb is who we're talking about, the 19-year-old found dead at the base of the wind turbine. He was a tech who, fixed these things. He's lives in Douglas. I believe there's a service for him, I think this weekend. It may have already happened. I'll double check that. In Douglas at the fairgrounds, I think. Anyway, Christy Cobb, Leo Wolfson. We'll talk to Leo today, hopefully this morning. We'll find out who reached out to who. But Christy Cobb had a little more of the story to explain. She said, my son Liam, he struggled with mental issues long before his presumed suicide the other day, earlier this month, actually. And she hopes that her son's life can serve as inspiration for anyone else who feels they're in a dark place, she said. Christy Cobb, mother of Liam, said, I don't know that we did everything right. I'm certain that we did not. But I also don't believe in giving up. I believe we should still keep trying to help each other because I have to believe Liam's story is much bigger than Liam's life and death. That sounds like really positive rhetoric from Christy Cobb, who said she herself has had thoughts in her life, in her past. Dark thoughts like this. So when Liam came forward, they said years ago, Liam came forward and told mom and dad, I don't feel good about living. I'm thinking about suicide, and here's my plan to do it. I mean, that's suicidal ideation, pretty plain and clear. And Christy, parents, any mom and dad of a kid who, I can't imagine if your son or daughter comes to you and say, I don't want to live anymore. I'm going to commit suicide, and here's how I'm going to do it. Oh, my goodness. Well, they reached out. They tried to find him health professionals. And I'm sure there's guilt now that you could have done more. You could have done something. Listen to Christy Cobb, her own words. She said, being alive hurts. But for me, it doesn't mean it's a good enough reason to not do it. Talking about suicide. So Christy Cobb herself, boy, it's got to be hard. It's got to be tough. Liam's troubles began. Christy and her husband Jim think, he was just so smart. He was brilliant, Christy said. High IQ. Just real smart. And you know what happens with some folks that are smarter than us, like super smart? They feel not challenged by life, I think. And Christy said, he was too smart for his own good. I think that's what Christy is saying. He was so intelligent that he was unable, Christy said, to accept some of the unfortunate realities of life. Life came up short for Liam so many times because he was so smart. He couldn't understand. He couldn't accept the world as it is. Christy said, I get that. I get that when you're operating on another level, you're thinking faster and you just have a quirky high level of intelligence that just doesn't match up with what the world's showing you. And the world is not many times very intelligent. Gee, we read stories every day in the Cowboy State Daily about how unintelligent our world is. And that kind of stuff can bother you, I would imagine, when you're a teenager and you can't figure. All teenagers deal with the same thing, trying to figure out the world, trying to figure out life. Why doesn't life work better? Every teenager has that. That's the biggest part about being a teenager, is to understand there's gray. Most teenagers are black and white. You show me a 13, 14-year-old and they believe there's this and that and nothing in between, black, white. They get real That's their reasoning on everything. And it creates a lot of problems with parents and teenagers. Because parents have learned it's not all black and white, kid. It's mostly gray. It's not always this and that, right and wrong, and is a lot of middle ground and a lot of gray areas, which you're going to have to learn. And teenagers see the world in black and white. And for a teenager with high intelligence like a Liam Cobb, and again, I'm speculating a lot here. I don't know Liam Cobb. But if you got high intelligence, high IQ, and the world is not black and white to you like it should be, it's got to be frustrating to live in that world. And Christy said that scared him for sure. So kudos for Christy to open up about the issue, about the topic, and certainly it could very well help someone else. And at the end of the story, Leo Wilson has the usual go-to places. If I or Christy Cobb or Liam Cobb, if this story speaks to you and you find yourself in a scary place and having thoughts, that's okay. The world is sometimes does not make sense. That's for sure. And if you have some thoughts, call or text the Suicide Prevention Lifeline, 988. Call or text 988 if this might be you or someone you know. You can also get on the interwebs, chat.988lifeline.org. Leo Wilson has this story about that 19-year-old Liam Cobb who we thought days and weeks ago fell from a wind turbine, now likely because mom pretty much is kind of putting two and two together. He was found with no safety equipment, and I believe he was also not working on this turbine. Like, he knew to climb it without any safety harness. And the parents are believing, yes, he did jump. So, another dark and heavy story. The Cowboy State Daily. It's been that kind of Wednesday morning, but we have other stuff, other kinds of news that doesn't go quite so dark. Actually, we're going to talk about a story that is really dark, but in this case, dark is good. Jackson Hole Airport has received recognition, the first of its kind, by the way, for its Dark Skies initiative. Jackson Hole Airport within the Grand Teton National Park, there's no other airport that does that, makes for a unique operating system. When you're an airport inside a national park, you got to be super, super careful with what you do with your groundwater, for instance. You know, when they de-ice the plane and they're spraying it with all that slurry stuff and it's got chemicals in it and that all that stuff goes in the ground. No, not in a national park. It better not. So you got to be careful with pollution to the nth degree, and you got to be careful with light pollution in an airport within a national park. And that's what we're going to talk about. Jackson Hole Airport. We're going to have the big boss on, the top guy, the man who makes all the decisions. Jim Elwood's going to join us and talk about how Jackson Hole Airport recently recognized for its dark sky initiatives, for being careful about the light it generates, including just turning the airport lights off at 10 o'clock. If you want to land a plane at Jackson Hole Airport, you have to turn the lights on as a pilot. On your approach, you have to say, give me some light so I can see that runway. It's interesting. We're going to talk to Jim Elwood and other folks from the Jackson Hole Airport about all that later. The one of the few times that dark is good. These stories and more coming up on the Cowboy State Daily as we move along on our Wednesday. We're going to take a break for the news. We'll come back with, we got guests next hour. I forgot. I haven't looked ahead to see who they are. Don Day, of course, with a weather forecast. News next as the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. The smokestacks towering above the Dave Johnston power plant are a fixture on the skyline outside of Glen Rock, and a group of engineering and technology experts are meeting there this week with the goal of making them obsolete. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that 8 Rivers, a decarbonization technology company based in North Carolina, is developing technology that will not need smokestacks to release emissions from burning coal.
They've developed a type of turbine technology that uses oxy-combustion, using pure oxygen to burn coal or a coal blend of some kind. The end result is that it produces pure CO2 that can then be piped out of the plant instead of sent up the smokestack. So it aspires to basically make smokestacks obsolete.
A massive team of engineers is currently working on the turbine that promises to produce dispatchable clean energy using coal. A 12-person jury has determined that a former award-winning foster father is guilty on 8 counts of abusing multiple children, either sexually or physically. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that after nearly 2 weeks of sometimes graphic and emotional testimony in the case against Stephen Marler, the jury was out for 6.5 hours before announcing their verdict Tuesday evening.
About 7:30 on Tuesday, a 7-man and 5-woman jury here in Natrona County came down with a verdict on the sex charges against a former award-winning foster dad. They found him guilty on 8 of 11 charges that he was facing involving sexually abusing adopted daughters. 3 of the charges were dismissed. Those involved foster daughters back from 2013 and 2014. He was found guilty on 5 counts of battery, 1 count of child endangerment. And he showed little emotion when the verdict was read. He did wave to his family as his bond was revoked and he was taken away by sheriff deputies.
A pre-sentence investigation has been ordered prior to scheduling a sentencing hearing. Mineral revenues had been in decline in Wyoming over the past decade, which has resulted in a corresponding drop in funding for Wyoming's public schools. How to address that loss of revenue from oil and gas leases was a major topic of conversation at a state trust land forum at the University of Wyoming on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson was at the meeting.
There's been a number of lawsuits over whether these schools are being adequately funded or not. One proposal would be potentially raising grazing rates for people who do ranching on these state trust lands. But ultimately, the Wyoming Constitution says that the state lands must generate the highest revenue possible for the beneficiaries, and there's just no exceptions built into that.
88 to 90% of the leasing revenue the Office of State Lands and Investments generates each year comes from oil and gas. Revenue from mineral leases is expected to be $123 million in 2025. That's the lowest sum in Wyoming in 4 years. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Want to give back to the place you call home? You can leave a lasting legacy gift with the Wyoming Community Foundation's 5 to Thrive initiative. It's simple. Just leave 5% of your wealth to support local nonprofits while keeping 95% for your loved ones. We like to call it Give Where You Live. Your gift stays right here, building a stronger and thriving Wyoming for generations to come. Visit wycf.org to learn more, because a thriving Wyoming starts with you. That's wycf.org.
Well, it's a nightmare on 17th Street. That's what neighbors of a parking garage in downtown Cheyenne say regarding the unsavory activity taking place there that disturbs the peace and makes those who use it uneasy. While the city has taken steps to make the garage safer, Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to business owners who say there continue to be nightly noise violations as well as vandalism.
People go drive their cars around, race around the garage, blow out their tailpipes, hang out on the top floor, sometimes paintballing the businesses across the way. One time, Bohemian Metals owner Brian Snyder told me he was sitting there talking on the phone and somebody came racing out of the garage and rammed right into his Toyota Tacoma truck while he was sitting there. Brian said he doesn't get a full night's sleep any night. He's heard about assaults in there and other things. The lady next door told me she's heard about a kidnapping.
The mayor says that the city is looking at ways to further light up the garage at night. The city has also installed high-definition cameras in the garage and installed stations where patrons of the garage can alert security if something were to happen. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek!
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first. Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama.
Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mom?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Moving along here on a Wednesday. Thanks for being there. Wyoming's facing some tough financial decisions. Mineral money always shrinking. Declining oil and gas revenues. We've been hearing this narrative for years. Now, we expect to turn things around a little bit with energy extraction in Wyoming in the Trump 2 administration, as it were. Favorable conditions, perhaps, to dig up some uranium, oil, natural gas, etc. Rare earths. I mean, there's positive horizon. But right now, as it were, the coffers are getting empty. Unpopular choices may lie ahead to pay for Wyoming schools as minerals money shrinks. Leo Wilson has this story, how Wyoming can make up for declining oil and gas revenues to fund public schools was the main topic of discussion at a state trust land forum held in Laramie on Tuesday. Could mean unpopular choices ahead in order to raise money. Wyoming's education system, Wyoming schools, largely funded by property tax and oil and gas revenue, both of which are expected, by the way, to be on the decline. You remember going back at the legislative session when lawmakers passed pretty major bill that would cut property taxes, provide property tax relief for most, if not all, Wyomingites. Significantly so, but did not offer any backfill, as they call it. Did not offer any way to account for the lost revenue as far as, how do schools stay funded if property taxes are lower? How do schools stay funded when oil and gas leases are down? So, yeah, that's an issue. Leo Wilson talks about it. Wyoming spends, by the way, a lot of money on education comparatively to other states. Not that its teachers are walking around feeling like they're loaded. Teachers could always stand to be paid more, right? We pay a wide receiver from for a last place NFL football team multi-millions to drop passes, and we don't properly pay our teachers. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. The world does not make sense. Liam Cobb, I agree. Doesn't make sense. But Wyoming does spend a lot of money on education. Megan Degenfelder, by the way, superintendent of public instruction. She's the boss of all schools in Wyoming. She and her office have recently committed to appearing regularly on this show. I'm so excited. We're going to begin May 7th And I think she's going to be, every 2 or 3 weeks, we're going to check in with Megan Degenfelder, and she's going to talk all things education. That's fun. So it's good to have her on and get her perspective regularly on the show. I'm excited to debut that here coming up in a couple of weeks. Anyway, Leo and Wendy talked more about, how we're going to pay for schooling in Wyoming if oil and gas are down. Tough questions, tough answers ahead.
Mineral revenues have been in decline in Wyoming over the past decade, which has resulted in a corresponding drop in funding for Wyoming's public schools. How to address that loss of revenue from oil and gas leases was a major topic of conversation at a state trust land forum at the University of Wyoming on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson was at the meeting.
With mineral revenues declining over the long term, they've declined significantly in Wyoming over the past 10 years. It leads many questions about how the state is going to fund its public schools, which are significantly dependent on the leasing revenue generated from oil and gas leases on state trust lands. There's been a number of lawsuits over whether these schools are being adequately funded or not. One proposal would be potentially raising grazing rates for people who do ranching on these state trust lands. But ultimately, the Wyoming Constitution says that the state lands must generate the highest revenue possible for the beneficiaries, and there's just no exceptions built into that.
Around 88% to 90% of the leasing revenue the Office of State Lands and Investments generates each year comes from oil and gas. Revenue from mineral leases is expected to be $123 million in 2025. That's the lowest sum in Wyoming in the last 4 years.
Yeah, these state-owned lands where oil and gas extraction is down and revenue down, thinking you're going to make that up with grazing is no way. Come on. What's underneath the land in Wyoming is far more what? I'm having a brain freeze because this cat is driving me crazy. What's under the land is worth more than what's above it. The grass cattle grazing is done so cheap right now. And even if you triple the rate, even if you have 100 times what the rancher pays to graze his cattle, you're not going to make up what you could get in oil and gas extraction. Not even close. So, yeah, tough questions ahead. How I would not want to be on the OSLI board. There's a new OSLI director or leader or whatever they call the former acting director, Jason Crowder of the OSLI, which is the Office of State Lands and Investments. Crowder is outgoing, and I don't blame him. He probably saw the writing on the wall. There's no answers to this. You got declining oil and gas revenues, and you got schools to pay for. How do you do it? The Kelly parcel is one piece of land in Teton County that was hotly contested. Do you just sell it to the highest bidder? That would mean millions of dollars in revenue for schools, or do you can't drill, not in Teton County anyway, and grazing just isn't going to do it. The state charges a below market rate of $6 an animal per month for grazing. So yeah, that's not a ton. That's not a lot. About $5.97 per animal unit month for grazing on state lands, a fee below what the BLM charges for grazing on federal lands. So yeah, you're not going to make a lot. That Kelly parcel that was so contentious in the news because it's state-owned land. that needs to generate money for schools according to the Wyoming Constitution, yet it was just being used for grazing, was being used for almost nothing, generating almost not $3,000 a year in grazing lease. Crowder mentioned, called it completely out of whack. A multi-million-dollar property in Grand Teton, just outside of Grand Teton National Park, with that stellar view of the Tetons. If it was in private hands, if you had an auction, it would fetch tens of millions, hundreds of millions, probably. And that would go towards schools, but, you know, that would be spent in 1 year. It'd be over. And then what do you have to look at? Some pristine land in Grand Teton National Park, all developed up. You wouldn't like what happened after. It would look good. It would look good on the books for 1 year, and then after, you got to live with it. Yet $3,000 a year for grazing on that land certainly feels like you're not getting the highest value, the best use out of that Kelly parcel. Yeah. So it's tough questions, and that's why there's an outgoing OSLI director and a new one coming in. And we just got introduced to her the other day. I forget her name, but she's got her work cut out for her. Good story from Leo Wolfson. No answers, a lot of questions in that one. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem had her purse snatched the other day. Can you believe that? She's running Homeland Security and can't keep track of her own bag. And I'm a big Kristi Noem fan. I just find humor in everything. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem fell victim to a thief while eating dinner in downtown Washington, D.C. at a restaurant Sunday night. Kristi Noem had her fancy Gucci bag under the table. She's rolling with a lot of drip. Here's her, this story from CNN doesn't explain all the fancy stuff. I had a better story source than this. Let me try to find it. Because I think she was rolling with like a Gucci bag, and the wife can tell me if this stuff is fancy. She's got a Gucci bag valued at, I don't know, thousands. She's got a Louis Vuitton wallet inside the bag with about $3,000 in cash. Blank checks. Yeah, she's rolling large. A lot of drip, a lot of bling. Kristi Noem, and they had surveillance footage of the incident. By the way, it took place in the Capitol Burger restaurant in Washington, D.C. So if you're dining at the Capitol Burger and you've got, an expensive bag or purse, be careful. Surveillance footage showed a man dressed in all black, a thief in dark clothing, sitting at the empty table next to Noem with his back facing her. And he kind of scoots over a little bit until he's close enough to her table that he slides his left foot underneath the table and drags the bag over to himself, puts the purse underneath his jacket and walks out. Kristi Noem, purse snatched in downtown D.C. at a restaurant. In Kristi Noem's bag was her driver's license, medication, apartment keys, passport, blank checks, and about $3,000 in cash, and a Gucci bag and a Louis Vuitton wallet. And that stuff is a pain in the butt to replace. Feel bad for her. Don Day weather forecast. He'll be here in a minute, so I don't want to get into any deep topic next. Oh, there's Don. He rings the doorbell. Can people hear the doorbell? Yes. Oh, see, I always thought the doorbell is only something I hear, but...
No, right before you go to Don Day.
Oh, so you do hear the doorbell. Okay. Well, I got to fix that because, yeah, I want it to be a surprise when we pop into the Zoom room and then all of a sudden there's Don Day. That should be exciting and surprising. Don, we were talking about Kristi Noem. She's heading the Homeland Security. She pointed her gun accidentally at another agent, and now she had her purse snatched in a restaurant downtown D.C. She had her Gucci bag under the table. Some dude took it. Don's not terribly worried about it. Okay.
Oh, wait. There was a purse was snatched in Washington, D.C.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, it was a Gucci bag with Louis Vuitton wallet in it.
Well, that's why I don't wear, I don't do Gucci bags because it's just a magnet.
Yeah. It's like putting a bullseye on yourself. Steal me. Oh, yeah, you're right. So we did have a glorious day yesterday. I enjoyed that beautiful day to get outside, get stuff done, do things. I got my local golf course that opened yesterday. I didn't get out there opening day, but I could have. What a beautiful day. But today, it's going to start okay maybe for some of us, and then something's happening.
Yeah, it's just spring. I mean, we don't have anything really large looming, but the next 3 days will be a touch cooler. There'll be more clouds, and there's nothing to really organize the showers and thunderstorms that will be developing. They'll be here, they'll be there. You might get wet. The guy down the road might get wet. You might not. It's that kind of pattern between now and all the way into Friday night. So be on the lookout for that. I do expect a little bit of a reprieve, a little bit of a warm up for the weekend. Then next week, Jake, we dropped a hit yesterday. That early next week, some rain and snows coming to parts of Wyoming. Again, it doesn't look large, but we're just going to be where we normally are this time of year. A little bit of everything, a little bit of up and downs. We're not in the summer yet. Winter's not over. We're just in that in-between phase right now.
Yeah, I understand. Unsettled is how you targeted it yesterday. That's dead on. That's April. That's spring, Wyoming. Unsettled. So you take those good ones when you can. If you get some bad ones, go get stuff done indoors, I guess. And nothing going to last too long, One of those.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. We're this time of year, things tend to move along at a fairly good pace, and so you're right when you mentioned when you get good days, take advantage of them because we're still 3 or 4 weeks away before we see the larger scale, bigger weather patterns change that kind of set us into that late spring, early summer regime we're all waiting for. So the next 3 or 4 weeks, there's still going to be some ups and downs. Got to get through them. When the ups are up, boy, they're great. But when the downs are down, that's where it gets messy. And we saw that last week with that winter weather.
Yeah. Okay. So nobody wash your car. Don't be that guy. Don't be that girl. Don't wash your car and invite it in. Let's hope for not too bad of a rain shower. Just little stuff. Thanks,
yeah,
Tom.
It's a scientific, unproven fact that washing cars and trucks will make it rain.
You know it. You heard it from a meteorologist who admits. That was part of meteorology 101 is like clouds, cloudy day means rain. And then when you get in advance, like when you go for your doctorate, they do teach you that one, right?
Oh, yeah, the car wash fact, yes.
Car wash leads to rain showers. I knew it. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Day weather forecast. Yeah, that's a weather phenomenon. Meteorological fact. You wash your car, it's going to rain. Let's take a quick break of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Coming right back. Andrew Rossi joins us pretty soon. He's getting ready in the green room, eating all the brown M&Ms. Coming right back.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and Yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlanta, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long. It was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster.
And making a sweep of our socials and feedback, comments, etc. Eric on Facebook Live says, good morning. Good morning to you, Eric. We also had somebody from China. I can only assume this looks like Mandarin. I can't read Chinese. I would say this is a bot, but they do have a human-like question. Rain in Wyoming sounds like nature's way of giving everything a good wash before sunshine returns. All right. This is a comment on our weather forecast in Cowboy State Daily, which has some rain in it today. This person from somewhere in the Far East says, anyone know if it's going to be a deluge or just a sprinkle? Yes, we know. And if you listen to the day weather forecast, you know it's going to be just a sprinkle. Nothing organized, no hard rain, just kind of spring unsettledness from day weather forecast. This story from Jen Coker. Police say that Gillette dementia patient that froze to death in the nursing home is, I think, we already knew this. I'm not sure what new news we have now. We have a nursing assistant at the Gillette Living Center so formal charges were made. We heard about the arrest the other day. Now we have formally charged the nursing assistant at the nursing home in Gillette where the 88-year-old dementia patient froze to death outside after this nursing assistant is accused of just not following protocol and not checking on her. The alarm went off. Somebody left the building, the door open. Manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter charges now for Bernard Hale, 57-year-old, in the death of Judith Duvall, the 88-year-old, who wandered outside of the care facility. This is back in early January. It was cold that night, as it often is in Wyoming in January. Surveillance cameras show the whole thing. This should be an easy case, I would imagine. I mean, I would like to hear from the accused, Bernard Hale, on why he felt he didn't really need to do his job. This is a former certified nursing assistant. Former being used in this story by Jen Coker, meaning I think he no longer has a job. I don't know if your certification goes away at any point. Maybe you have to, get recertified, but it says former nursing assistant, former certified nursing assistant. I think it's just former as in he has no job now. But at the time with Legacy Living, Bernard Hale was a certified nursing assistant, just not a very, supposedly, just not a very attentive one, or kind of a lazy one. Duvall found lying unresponsive in the snow on the morning of January 10th after spending more than 9 hours in frigid temps, discovered by staff. Surveillance cameras show the whole thing. She wandered outside, fell down, couldn't get up, and died. He, Bernard Hale, heard the door alarm go off, and after like 15 minutes, checked on it, but really didn't look outside. He turned the alarm off and walked away from the door. The alarm goes off where the door is, I guess. Probably goes the alarm probably also rings at your nursing station or something, but the Hale is seen on video 11 minutes later. I said 15, 11 minutes later, finally disarming the alarm without ever opening the door to look outside, or without questioning residents who were, one resident was sitting in a chair right next to the door. He could have said, "Did anybody walk outside here? Why is the alarm going off?" Nothing. He disarms, he stops the alarm and goes back to whatever he was doing. It's all on surveillance camera. It's all on video. Meanwhile, not a great look for the Legacy Living Center. They said back when this happened that they would find out, they would do internal stuff to find out what went wrong when the dementia patient was found dead. They made a lot of internal stuff. They fired this guy for one thing, and other contract employees were fired. But that wasn't enough for Gillette Police Department. They looked into it. They obviously looked at the videotape and said, you know what? We got a case here of involuntary manslaughter. And that's what we did yesterday. The official charges made Tuesday in court on the freezing death of the dementia patient, 57-year-old Bernard Hale, charged with manslaughter. Jen Coker has that story, the Cowboy State Daily. With federal grants in question, Wyoming wildlife crossing projects are now on hold. Mark Hines with this story. The Trump administration is combing through federal budgets. Presumably Elon Musk is, but Elon, as we disclosed earlier today, Elon says he just can't do it full time anymore. Elon said, look, I got a business to run here, Donald. I can't be your number one right-hand man. And Elon Musk said he's going to spend maybe a day or two a week from now on doing Doge stuff. And the rest of the time, he's got to fix what's going wrong with Tesla and make more babies. I can't resist. So while Washington, D.C. budget watching is being real careful, money that would have been doled out for wildlife crossings, which there's some pretty good evidence they work in Wyoming and in other places. There's a wildlife crossing north of Pinedale that I have personally seen being utilized by wildlife. Go figure. Imagine. The wildlife that use this particular wildlife crossing north of Pinedale are mainly mule deer and pronghorn. And both those animals are on their long migration march to the Red Desert, basically in the winter. They travel south to the Red Desert to enjoy a milder winter. And then in the summer, they follow the green wave, as it were, or fresh growth, and they travel back up north toward Yellowstone and Grand Teton, where they summer. And this miracle migration route is famous, legendary. And there's another story from Mark Hines concerning whether that migration route is in jeopardy by energy companies, oil and gas extraction. Is that run counter to wildlife? Some say that pronghorn and mule deer, but particularly pronghorn, have no issues with a oil pump or a gas pump. Some say there's evidence. Some folks in the oil patch say we've seen pronghorn just hanging out very close to a gas pump, an oil jack, and they don't seem bothered by the noise or the movement, you know. In fact, some come nearer to them because they're warm. And it also, there's an idea that maybe coyotes, or their number one predator of antelope, don't like to come near the oil jacks. So that's why the pronghorn hang out. But that's another good story from Mark Hines that came out just yesterday. Horizontal drilling could keep Wyoming's path of the pronghorn clear. Protecting the path of the pronghorn, the migration route, is vital for the sublet antelope herd, which is a national treasure, says one biologist. Drilling technology could help keep that path clear for Wyoming's prized pronghorn. The sublet antelope herd is a national treasure, this wildlife biologist said, and oil and gas energy development sometimes runs counter to that, sometimes could be problematic for antelope. Others say, but that shouldn't be done. The protection of the path of the pronghorn and the migration route should not be maintained at the cost of shutting down oil and gas leases in this area, countered one energy landman. It'll be its path of the pronghorn migration route between the Summer Range and Grand Teton area and the Winter Range and the Red Desert. We've all seen it. Anybody who lives here watches this happen with regularity. Pronghorn headed south in the fall, pronghorn headed north in the spring. And they get run over with regularity. So these wildlife crossings, pretty important. They actually work. The pronghorn used them. They figured them out fast. In fact, when engineers put in this first one there north of Pinedale, they said, well, it'll probably take a few years for the animals to figure it out and then teach each other that this is the safest way. It took not even a year. They were using it. They figured out, well, this is a good way to cross the highway. But these wildlife underpasses and overpasses that are in the work, they're on the books. There's 3 wildlife underpasses and an overpass along a 25-mile stretch of U.S. Highway 26 near Du Bois. Those are top priority for the state, but they are waiting on some 20 to 30 million in federal grants and funding. Another high priority undertaking is a proposed Halleck Ridge project, an overpass along Interstate 80 in the Elk Mountain area. All these projects and others like them rely on federal grants to meet the budget. Chris McBarnes, president of the Wildlife Fund, told Cowboy State Daily, when you have $20, $30 million projects without federal funding, these are hard to complete. So throughout the state, wildlife crossings now are on hold. Are the feds going to pay for them? Or is that going to fall by the wayside in the Trump-Musk Doge search for careless spending? We'll find out. Mark Hines had reason to be somewhat optimistic because he says even Democrats and Republicans get along on this. We all agree that wildlife crossings are useful and they work.
Hundreds of mule deer are killed along a 25-mile stretch of U.S. Highway 26, roughly centered around Du Bois. So a coalition of state agencies and tribal and private groups pegged it for Wyoming's next major wildlife crossing project. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that as the administration of President Donald Trump continues to comb through federal budgets, grants for highway projects aren't readily available. So some major Wyoming wildlife crossing projects are on hold.
A lot of private money has been raised for those, and that's awesome, but they're also really dependent upon federal grants. And those are kind of frozen right now because of what's going on with the administration. I did talk to one of the bigger fundraisers, the manager of the Wildlife Fund, and he said he doesn't envision that wildlife crossings are something that's ultimately going to get cut, because in this day of crazy polarization and partisanship, that seems to be one of the few things that everybody can agree on.
Building 3 wildlife underpasses and an overpass along a 25-mile stretch of 26 near Du Bois remains the top priority among pending projects in Wyoming. Another high priority undertaking is the proposed Halleck Ridge project, an overpass along I-80 in the Elk Mountain area.
Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with Andrew Rossi in the Zoom room after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily news team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to me
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues with Andrew. Andrew, into the Zoom room, and did you get out to see any northern lights? I know a lot of friends of mine posting photos on socials, and it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, I did not step out. I would give people the information they need to see these things, but I prefer to sleep.
I'm the same way, man. I value my sleep more than, let other people document this and I can go watch it, look at it later. Yeah, I can't be out that late. But I did see you were dead on, man. These northern lights, for whatever reason, new increased CMEs. I think these solar flares are worrisome to me, Andrew, but I tend to worry over everything.
Yeah, it's the ones that we saw the other night, they weren't strong enough to cause any kind of disturbance in the way that I think you're thinking of, because solar flares can cause tremendous disturbances to electronics, and it's happened in the past. There was a huge telegraph outage back in the 1800s, and we had a massive solar flare. So it's a real risk, and there can be some disturbances caused by that energy, but usually we have enough advanced warning of what's coming that we can make adequate preparations.
So last night, tonight continues be a good time to watch Aurora Borealis go at it. And I think you said a rare instance where the southern half of the state might get a better shot at this.
Yeah, it's all in the way that the sun is Earth is facing the sun and the positioning and everything. So instead of being easier to see the northern lights in the northern part of the state, this one has forced its way further south so that it's more visible in the southern half of the state. Just a quirk of positioning and how it's interacting with the atmosphere. Because the thing I learned, because I write aurora stories all the time, but the thing I learned this time is that the aurora itself doesn't move. We just rotate through it. So once that energy hits the atmosphere, it stays put, but the Earth tilts, the Earth rotates. And so we actually rotate through the spot where the aurora is sitting. So in this case, it happened just to push far enough south that the southern half of Wyoming rotated through it to get a better view than the northern half. Doesn't mean you can't see anything in the northern half, but it might have been a better view in the south.
Mind blown. TMI, Rossi. I think I always learn a lot. I got to be ready to take notes whenever we talk. The scientist in you comes out. This truck that you wrote about, this Gillette family that owns this unique one-of-a-kind truck. This is the same truck minus like its modification that I own and drive. Same year, a 2015 Ford F-350 King Ranch package. The regular truck rolling off the line in Detroit is wonderful. I love this truck. But I see how I'm missing out. I feel suddenly shorted with the truck I have. Literally shorted. This Gillette family has got the same vehicle, but they modified it to be something like you've never seen. Frankenstein is what you call it.
Well, to be fair, Jake, last time I checked, you didn't have 6 kids.
Yeah. So I don't need all those seats, but you're right. This Gillette family has a bunch of kids. So how did they even make a Ford F350 longer? It's long. I'm going to share the photos, but how do you do that?
So what they did was there's a company, I can't remember the name, but they're down in a place called Hurricane, Utah, that specializes in making these extended vehicles. So what they did was they basically cut the 350 in half and they combined the front half of it with its seats with the back half of an Excursion, and then they put the two together and then had a nice just had all the amenities put in so that everybody could be comfortable. I mean, we're talking about heated seats all around, USB ports on each seat. And then the really cool thing about it was the owner didn't want to lose the back half of the 350. So they converted that into a trailer which hauls behind the Excursion. So you get the storage space, the bed of the 350, but now it's a trailer that you haul behind your Frankenstein 6-door Excursion.
I need this truck, and it's a good thing I could get it, I guess, because the family has decided that they hardly ever use it anymore. They're going to put it up for sale. The Porter family, by the way, this 2015 Ford F350 was tricked out by Mega X2, this company that specializes in this kind of thing down there in Utah. And by the way, it's how they say it down there in Hurricane, Utah, as they call themselves, Hurricane. It's so weird. If you ever go down there, it's like Dubois in Wyoming. It'd be a dead giveaway you're not from the area. Beautiful area, just northeast of St. George. There's Laverkin and there's Hurricane. Like, you take the I out of there and just call it Hurricane. What a truck. I got to get this. They're selling it. What do you think they take for it?
Well, the asking price they're starting with is $100,000, which that's a bit out of my price range. But I'd imagine they're looking for the right person who wants to buy. They're hoping that there's a family out there who could benefit from having all that extra space. And I feel like for the right buyer, I mean, they're not going to come down that much on the price because they know what they have, they know what it's worth. And for all I know, they might have sold it at this point. But I feel like they'll be willing to negotiate if they find the right people who could actually use a vehicle like that. And it's a perfect family vehicle if you have a large family. And that's part of the reason why they did it, is they wanted to go on family trips, but it's hard to fit 8 people in a single vehicle. So they decided to build a vehicle fit to their needs.
It is pretty cool. And I'm just one of these regular F350s. They're going like 75 grand. So they would take perhaps 100 large or 3 cartons of grade A eggs, something in that neighborhood, maybe.
The fair exchange rate.
It is today, unfortunately. Yellowstone Shoshone Lake is the largest backcountry lake in the lower 48, and I'll bet it's pretty super cold right about now. What do you know about this lake?
Well, all I know is what I've been able to pick up from the people who've actually been there. And the thing I find so fascinating is that it is the largest backcountry lake in the lower 48 because there are no roads that will lead you directly to it. You have to use a walking path, or you can take a canoe or a kayak down the Lewis River to reach it. But it's not that far removed from the hubbub of Yellowstone. Like I looked it up on Google Maps. If you were to walk straight from the West Thumb Geyser Basin to Shoshone Lake, it's only a 5-mile hike, which, I mean, I feel like people could go back and forth in the course of a day if they were really determined to do that. It can be a day trip, but it is backcountry in that sense because you can't drive directly to it. And everybody who I spoke to is adamant that it stay that way, that they want it to remain a backcountry lake because that's part of the charm of the whole place. But it's also far enough removed that it can be extremely dangerous if anything should happen to you while you're out there, because it's that much more difficult to get medical attention or EMS while you're out there.
Yeah, and perhaps nobody would even see anything if you out there floating around in your canoe. Certainly a 5-mile hike with one of those collapsible kayaks or something, fairly portable, that'd be fun because you would be virtually guaranteed to be one of the only people out there on Shoshone Lake in Yellowstone. But how many people do that? And Yellowstone's such a drive-through park. People try to do it in one day, and you would miss out on this. This is pretty neat.
Yeah, and the impression I got is if you really wanted to get the most out of your time in Shoshone Lake, you would have to plan for some backcountry excursions. So you probably would want to camp overnight. You'd want to spend time. One of the groups that I spoke to, I believe it's can't remember the exact company name, but they're out of Gardner. They offer a 4-day trip out to the Shoshone Lake area because it's not just going there to see a lake. I mean, imagine a lot of people, they'll go a certain distance to see something and then stay in the cultivated area and then run back to their car. That's how a lot of people work in Yellowstone. But Shoshone Lake, it has the lake itself. There's great fishing if you're into that sort of thing. There's a whole geyser basin, which has one of the densest concentrations of active geysers in the world. At least that's according to many sources I read. There's a lot to see out there and a lot that's worth seeing. So you wouldn't just want to get there, take it in, and head back. You'd actually want to spend some time exploring it.
Yeah, the Shoshone Lake experience would be no quick one and done. You would take time, like 3-4 days and just totally unplug. That's the whole thing, the whole beauty and magic of backcountry lakes. I'm glad you defined it because I'm like, what denotes backcountry? No road access. Well, yeah, perfect. And are there any plans? People love it that way. Are there other plans to make road access to it, or are we going to leave it alone?
Yeah, so I checked. I haven't seen any indication that there are plans to cultivate the area around Shoshone Lake because I think that the park's got enough infrastructure projects to deal with already that just to keep traffic flowing steadily on its main roads, let alone building a new road and everything that would have to go with it to Shoshone Lake. So I can't imagine that's going to happen anytime soon, if ever, because it's one thing to maintain an existing route or build a new bridge where their bridge exists already. To cultivate Shoshone Lake, that would be a project on a level I don't think the park has undertaken in quite a while. And are you going to choose building a road to Shoshone Lake over rebuilding the permanent solution to the North Road between Gardner and Mammoth Hot Springs? The park has its priorities in the right place, and I think they understand that part of the allure of Shoshone Lake is the fact that only the diehards can really commit the time to going there, and they're going to be respectful of that spot when they're out there. So I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, but you never know.
That's a positive outcome of a limited NPS budget. The Park Service got their hands full fixing the roads they already built, making sure fishing bridge doesn't fall into the water, and fixing that huge flood that wasn't that long ago. They got a lot of things they need to get to, including emptying the porta potties. Yeah, good. Well, that's good news. Shoshone Lake may stay like it is, a hard to reach, remote, largest backcountry lake in the lower 48. Andrew Rossi has that story and more, including the Frankenstein F-350 that I'm going to make a bid on.
Well, more power to you, Jake.
And all the rest of you, please take photos of Northern Lights tonight because Andrew and I will be in bed by 8:15. Not together, but be in bed sleeping. So give us something to look at. Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate you. Andrew Rossi of the Cowboy State Daily dropping in on a Wednesday with his stories. Good stuff. This sounds like a soundtrack for Shoshone Lake. We arrived at 5:45. No one was there. We put our kayak on the water and the seas got rough that day. I mean, Shoshone Lake doesn't have to be scary. It's just an opportunity to unplug, man. Just float your boat out on that lake and enjoy some peace and quiet. I'll give you some peace and quiet right here as we break for the top of the hour news. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for spending your Wednesday with us. We're in peaceful serenity. We're in a zen-like state. Don't bother me.
look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. Christy Cobb said her son Liam dealt with mental health issues long before he died by suicide at the age of 19, jumping from a wind turbine near Douglas earlier this month. Christy told Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson that she hopes that her son's life can serve as inspiration, that it's possible for life to get better even when people feel they're in a dark place.
She described him as very tortured in that he'd been dealing with mental health issues for a few years. He'd even told his parents a few years ago that he planned to commit suicide and had a plan to do it. So this was nothing new and not necessarily a huge shocker for the Cobbs, but they actively tried to fight it, and they did what they could for Liam those last few years, trying to reach out to him as much as possible, be as supportive as possible. But at the end of the day, it still wasn't enough.
Cobb said she wants her son's death to serve as a reminder for people to reach out to those they know who have mental struggles and to let them know they matter. Law enforcement on the Wind River Indian Reservation is investigating the case of a person found dead there Monday. Meanwhile, the daughter of a man who's been missing since at least December told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Tuesday she'd received a tentative confirmation the decedent is her long-missing dad, Rex Lofts, who was last seen December 14th.
Authorities discovered a deceased person on the reservation Monday night. The person was in a truck. The truck had been shot. It was a male from the sounds of the scanner traffic. And I was in touch with the daughter of a longtime missing person, Rex Lofts, and his daughter, Cody Olson, has not heard from him since like November. I was in touch with her and she said, well, the coroner said that it may be him and she would let me know after her autopsy today.
Bureau of Indian Affairs officers from Wind River Agency and an agent from the BIA's Missing and Murdered Unit are working with the FBI to identify and investigate the death. A judge has found sufficient evidence to charge a former certified nursing assistant in Gillette with involuntary manslaughter in connection with the freezing death of an 88-year-old memory care patient at the Legacy Living and Rehabilitation Center. 57-year-old Bernard Hale was bound over to district court Tuesday on charges that he was responsible for the death of Judith Duvall, who wandered outside of the care facility in early January and died the morning of January 10th after spending more than 9 hours in frigid temperatures before being discovered by staff. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that Duvall's official cause of death was exposure and hypothermia.
Based on the standard of care for CNA professionals, he should have opened that door and gone outside to look for her, to look to see if any patient had gone out, then also interviewed the patient who was closest to the door. The state alleges he did neither. The counter argument by the defense is that the Legacy did not have written protocols in place dictating that particular door policy.
Hale is currently being detained in the Campbell County Detention Center. If found guilty of the charge, he faces up to 20 years in prison, a fine of up to $10,000 or both. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Want to give back to the place you call home? You can leave a lasting legacy gift with the Wyoming Community Foundation's 5 to Thrive initiative. It's simple. Just leave 5% of your wealth to support local nonprofits while keeping 95% for your loved ones. We like to call it Give Where You Live. Your gift stays right here, building a stronger and thriving Wyoming for generations to come. Visit wycf.org to learn more, because a thriving Wyoming starts with you. That's wycf.org.
Hundreds of mule deer are killed along a 25-mile stretch of U.S. Highway 26, roughly centered around Du Bois, so a coalition of state agencies and tribal and private groups pegged it for Wyoming's next major wildlife crossing project. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that as the administration of President Donald Trump continues to comb through federal budgets, grants for highway projects aren't readily available, so some major wildlife crossing projects are on hold.
I did talk to one of the bigger fundraisers, the manager of the Wildlife Fund, and he said he doesn't envision that wildlife crossings are something that's ultimately going to get cut, because in this day of crazy polarization and partisanship, that seems to be one of the few things that everybody can agree on.
Building 3 wildlife underpasses and an overpass near Du Bois remains the top priority among pending projects in Wyoming. Another high priority undertaking is the proposed Halleck Ridge project, an overpass along I-80 in the Elk Mountain area. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at soundidouttogether.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Claire McFarland will be joining us here in a moment. Everybody talking about the upcoming... This cat's chewing on a cord. You're going to get electrocuted, kitty cat. Everybody talking about the upcoming NFL draft. Is it this weekend? The NFL, the football draft becomes so popular now that they televise the draft. There's not even a football game, but that's how thirsty we are for football. You want to have that cupcake? You can have it. Kimmy's not eating it. Yeah, everybody's so I'm not so football crazed that I got to watch the draft. But I found this story interesting. We're going to put man against machine. The experts for the last week, I've been reading story after story after story about how this NFL expert believes the draft will go and how this sports nut thinks the draft will go. Who's going to, what team's going to take what player. The mock draft, NFL mock draft 2025. It's all anybody's talking about. But what if we turned AI loose and had AI predict the draft? That would be pretty neat to see if artificial intelligence was smarter than humans. And I found a story which will be interesting. And we'll talk about it after Claire leaves the room, because Claire's probably not ready to talk about the NFL draft. Or maybe she is. I don't know. But yeah, Meta AI, Microsoft Copilot, ChatGPT, Grok, they were all asked to predict how the NFL draft will go. And they're pitted against, the experts, ESPN talking heads and all that. So we'll see who's right, and that'll be like our football game this weekend, the NFL mock draft. Exciting, wow. Riveting, right, Claire?
Yeah, I don't know anything about sports ball, but the AI, that whole concept makes me nauseous. I don't know.
Not as nauseous as this guy who's like creeping around with dead kids. This story, Claire, I mean, do we have to talk about it? Maybe we don't. I don't know.
Well, so you know that I'm warped, and I'll dig into the technical aspects of this. You know, most people are like rightfully have like this gut reaction to the facts of the case, and I get that, but I'm so hardened. But so there's a question whether our child pornography delivery possession statutes apply when the child is dead. And because it's the way the statute is phrased is sexual exploitation of children. I don't remember the exact definition of child, but I think that one could argue that it means live child in that statute. And then of course noteworthy, maybe not functional in this, but it's also noteworthy that Wyoming doesn't have a necrophilia statute. And I've talked to prosecutors about that before, and they've been like, well, usually if a guy is doing that, he's also recently killed someone. So we've never had this need for like a special statute. That could change, I guess.
We're just to get people up to speed. We're talking about Justin Golay, 34-year-old, received sentence. He pled no contest. The Reliance man was originally accused of having images of sexually exposed children, babies, toddlers. That's bad enough, cringe enough, but some of them apparently were deceased or portrayed as deceased, which
no, they were on like a on like a table.
Okay. Oh, they were deceased.
Yeah.
Oof. And you talk about the county attorney, the prosecuting attorney, I think, and maybe you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, seemed to back off counts on those particular matters of images of dead children because he wondered, geez, can I even prosecute this? Because if you're dead, is that real child pornography? And the state has no necrophilia statute. So he kind of laid off that. And that may open up a whole thing of, what folks
trying to find that statute for you. But yeah, so Danny didn't say like, this is why I dismissed these, he didn't say that, but he was like, this interesting that there's a legal question with these. And so, whether it's convenient or intentional that he dismissed those counts, he still had like 24 convictions. But yeah, that is a parallel. I'm trying to find the statute for you, Jake.
If you read it, my eyes would glaze over anyway. That would be about like me doing the NFL draft for you or you reading a Wyoming state statute to me. Yes, I don't get super excited over legalese. No, please don't.
Okay.
Let's move on to something more fun, like Newcastle cops shooting bombs. All right, I'm surprised that, and probably a lot of people are surprised that in Newcastle, there were found some unexploded homemade bottle bombs. And in order to get rid of them safely, of course, the Newcastle PD said, well, we're going to shoot them. Well, that sounds like fun.
It really reminds me of like a decade ago when Riverton had this huge crow infestation for some weird reason. Like, I don't know what it was. It was Alfred Hitchcock, and the like city council meets about it 3-4 times. And they finally decide we're going to let the cops find a vacant parking lot, like 3 a.m, Walmart or whatever, and we're gonna let them shoot them. And I was like, oh, that's the very convenient, very fun solution that we've come up with.
I told Mark Hines the same thing. I remember that. And they were just gunning crows out of trees in Riverton. That's how bad it got. Mark had this story about ravens attacking lambs and, you can't shoot them. I'm like, well, you can in Riverton. Anything black that was flying that year, I remember that.
That's amazing that you remember that. Were you in Riverton at that time?
Yes, I dated a girl in Riverton, and I drove the 3-hour. I've set land speed records from Jackson to Riverton. I could do it in just barely over 3. I was hammered down every Friday, listening to Science Friday on NPR. And
dated a girl in Riverton. Lucky you.
Mm-hmm. And I remember that incident where, Riverton PD was turned loose on the crows. It was crazy. So Newcastle, what's the deal with these? I mean, should we be worried about this in Newcastle? Bombs laying around? How do you make a bomb? What was in them?
Some kind of Drano or toilet cleaner and tin foil supposed to react and cause that pressure.
Right.
So that they eventually burst.
Well, Newcastle Police Chief Derek Thompson said, his crew, he got his best shooters out there. They shot 3 of them. 2 exploded. 1 just sort of leaked. Okay.
1 just sort of leaked. Maybe a female tightened that one. I don't know. I can't open sauerkraut jars. So I don't know. Strong female or male fastened the other 2, we're going to say. We're going to speculate about the investigation. Maybe a girl did the third one. I don't know.
All right, let's get serious for a minute, McFarland. Let's talk about this abortion.
Oh, no more sexist jokes. Okay.
Right. We're gonna get Supreme Court serious. You have been following this. It'll never end. I mean, abortion, the whole where we stand on abortion. We're finally going to get it solved once and for all, maybe with the Supreme Court. So much of it hinges on, in the state, whether abortion is considered health care. That's going to be the crux. That's going to be huge. I have a question for you in a moment, but first set this up as to where we are now. It's legal in Wyoming for the moment to get an abortion because of this retired judge's ruling.
So it's legal because of Judge Owen's ruling.
Okay.
That, whoa, this is healthcare, you can't ban it. And then the retired judge, Judge Thomas Campbell, comes back with the more oblique restrictions like, oh, the only clinic has to do surgical center requirements. And, oh, you have to do an ultrasound in a 48-hour wait period. And so he comes back and applies the same approach. Whoa, this is a healthcare right, to these more oblique restrictions that kind of sideways ban abortion. And why that's noteworthy is that clinic in Casper pled and said publicly that it couldn't operate under the surgical center requirements. And so it makes the difference between the clinic operating and not. It was a very functional decision for them. But you have to be wondering at this point, getting smacked down every few months, are lawmakers starting to contemplate making a change to the Constitution since all of their little laws don't pan out in court?
Well, that's two district judges now, Melissa Owens in Teton and this retired judge, both agreeing that, yes, healthcare, abortion falls under healthcare. They're protected. Every Wyoming citizen has a right to access healthcare. Is the state Supreme Court going to follow suit with that line of thinking? My question for you was, and I think you mentioned it in an earlier story, to use a retired judge to make this decision means, for one, you can't say, well, we don't like that decision and we're going to oust you. He's already out. He's already not out there. How can you have a retired judge?
The Constitution allows it. Statute calls, specifies parameters for it. It's really okay. So I'm not gonna speculate any why, but Judge Owens actually stood for retention this past November. And her district doesn't just comprise Teton County, it's also Sublette and Fremont, which are very red, right?
Yeah.
And so her decision blocking the abortion bans and proclaiming that procedure as healthcare came like 9 days-ish or a couple weeks. Actually, it's a couple weeks after Election Day, after she stood for retention.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know when Judge Forgy was due to stand for retention. I could probably do a Google there. But yeah, he says, I'm not, I guess the cause stated was, we're really busy in this district. This is a really complex case. Can you appoint a retired judge? And Kate Fox, Supreme Court Chief Justice, appointed Judge Campbell, who doesn't stand for retention. It's rare for Wyoming voters to unretain a judge. Some people I talked to when I studied this whole issue could only remember one instance.
Yeah, you really
it was like a circus, like judge was running a circus.
Yeah. You really have to go out of your way to do it, and you really have to have done something so headline worthy that people even are aware of anything. And I like Judge Owens. I've known her for a while. She's a good judge, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Fremont and Sublette choose. Well, down the road. I'm also interested in this librarian case. I guess following this story, Claire McFarland, she's talking about Terry Leslie, and it's too much to catch up in this little amount of time. You have to go either be following it or go back and catch up and read it. Former Campbell County Public Library director fired. Mainly it was this one family that was riding herd on her, and she has sued the family, and then we find out that she does have a legal ground to stand on. She was, I guess, encouraged by that news and is now suing everybody. I mean, the county commissioner, she's added some folks in her lawsuit about her termination.
It's encouraged by the news. Okay, so in Wyoming, it's hard to sue the government. There's like all these hoops you gotta jump through. You gotta warn the government. You gotta, it's harder. It takes longer to sue the government in Wyoming, and that's a mechanism in state law that is designed to protect the taxpayer, right? Right. You're suing all of us. You're suing the public when you sue the government. So it's not helter skelter. And so I think maybe that formed a lot of the delay or a lot of the gap between the two cases. And yeah, there's an element there where the 1985 the federal law under the Ku Klux Klan Act that Judge Johnson was like, oh yeah, this applies to LGBTQ advocates. Bold step there. And so I noticed that she did pull that law into the lawsuit she's now waging against the county.
Well, you've been busy. A lot of great stories. I love when things get real law related because only you can understand that. And I like when you help me along. You spoon feed me the lawyer stuff. And thank you for not reading any Wyoming state statutes this morning. That's
I'm really curious to know the definition of child in that statute, though. I'm really curious. I don't know.
Well,
I'll have a look.
You go explore that on your time. I'll watch the NFL draft and we'll both live happily ever after.
All right. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you, Claire.
Bye.
Claire McFarland, Cowboy State Daily Show. Hey, we got to take a quick break. We'll be right back on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McGinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McGinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pump. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McGinley Clinic today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Susan says on Facebook Live, I was out in Sheridan in 1977, and I loved it all, except when the horse I was riding bucked me off because he ate a cockleberry. Susan, I'm not familiar with a cockleberry. I guess I could Google it. I've never heard of a cockleberry. I don't know a cockleberry's effect on equine. And my question to you, Susan, this is, of course, Susan's talking about a time in her life that she was in Sheridan in, get this, 1977. Now, I know the 60s were like peace, love, and psychedelic. Anyway, my question for you, Susan, is how many cockleberries did you eat before you were bucked off this horse? I'm just trying to get a frame of reference. I'm just trying to understand maybe in what state were you in other than Wyoming when you were bucked off? Because I've never heard of a cockleberry. I'm going to look it up. Let's ask Siri. Let's ask the Googler. Cockleberry plant. A common cockleburr. Oh, I see what they are. Yeah, they're like a sticker. A pricker. What do you folks call stickers and prickers? Cockleberry. I see. So your horse ate a cockleberry, and those are, they got they're sharp. And then the horse got bucky. Yeah, I imagine that's the beginning of a rodeo for sure when your horse eats a cockleberry. You shouldn't be letting your horse eat. That's the first thing they tell you on the trail ride. Don't let him eat. He gets plenty of hay. It's a bad habit. Susan said she was in Sheridan in 1977. Loved the experience, except when her horse bucked her off after eating a cockleberry. That'll do it. Where are we with... I was going to do this day in history, which I kind of wanted some music for, but maybe I don't. I don't know. We'll just do it regular. I have not pre-read it, so there's always... Part of the fun of doing this day in Wyoming history is having me compile it from a really janky website. I mean, it's all I can find. There's not a lot of this day in history stuff in Wyoming out there. I found 2 web sources. One has barely anything. The days will go by and there'll be nothing happen in the state of Wyoming, which is very believable because not a lot happens in Wyoming. That's why we live here. And then the other site is just the guy who does it, and he doesn't do it anymore. He stopped doing it in like 2014. It hasn't been updated. And he doesn't have a great grasp of grammar. And some of the things are just weird. There's only a way to describe it, weird. So part of the fun of doing this day in Wyoming history is having me get it ready for you and then just reading it like cold. No pre-read. This is like Anchorman. If you watch the movie, this is like, what's his face, reading the teleprompter. You can put anything. He'll read anything you put up there. 1868, this day in history, Dale Creek Trestle, the highest in the world at that time, was completed on the Union Pacific between Laramie and Cheyenne. I'd like to see a photo of that if one exists. The Dale Creek Trestle, the highest. Have you ever seen some of the train trestles going back in the late 1800s? Some of them are so elaborate. Like they have so much wood. There's like a jillion 2x4s it took to make one stinking train trestle to get over one drainage. And it took like they had to chop down a whole forest to make one train trestle. I've seen photos of them, and I think all the work it took to do that. Why didn't you just reroute the train around was that really the best way to build I guess it is. I mean, they had engineers and everything. It's not like I know how to make a train track. Dale Creek Trestle. I got to see a photo of this thing. At the time, the highest in the world. Oh, yeah. See, this is what I'm talking about. The wood it took to make. I'm going to share this photo. If you're on radio, you'll just have to imagine like a whole forest worth of wood going into making this. And they're just, actually, this is not a big drainage that they have to get across. It's just not, it's a short run, but man, they use a lot of wood. Obviously, you would use steel today, I would imagine. But back then, this is the Dale Creek Bridge. Photographer Andrew Russell took this. Cool. Yeah, the UP, Union Pacific. Bet they spent a pretty penny making that thing. Wow. Okay. See, we're learning. This is good. That was a good one. April 23rd, 1868, the Dale Creek Trestle, the highest in the world, was completed. I wouldn't want to be the first guy over that. If I was Casey Jones and they said, drive that train over that trestle, let somebody else do it first. This day, 1883, heavy spring snowstorm occurred statewide. On this day in 1885, Denver, Colorado receives 23 inches of snow in 24 hours. Woo! Yeah, that's in that mid-80s where we got 1880s. Got some weather in Wyoming. One of the worst snowstorms, one of the worst blizzards. Heavy snowstorm in Wyoming in 1883. And almost an inch an hour for 24 hours in Denver in 1885. This day, April 23rd, 1898, President McKinley calls for 125,000 volunteers for the war with Spain. I am ignorantly unaware of the war with Spain. Why were we fighting with Spain in 1898? And where were we fighting them? Didn't Spain sell us well, the French sold us the Louisiana Purchase, but the Spain had a whole bunch. Spanish War. And I know nothing about the Spanish War. I wasn't around then. Conflict between the U.S. and Spain resulted in Spain's western. It was triggered by the sinking of the USS Maine in Havana Harbor. Okay, I sort of know that. Spanish-American War took place in late 1890s. Okay. Well, this day in 1898, President McKinley said, I need another 125,000 volunteers for the war with Spain. This day, 1903, more than 2,000 people gather in Newcastle to hear President Theodore Roosevelt speak. 2,000 people in Newcastle. Even today, 2,000 people in Newcastle would be double the regular population of Newcastle, which I have to go check now. That's a lot of people in Newcastle. Newcastle, Wyoming population. It can't be a whole lot more than 2,000 even today. 3,326. So 2,000 people to watch the president speak. That's back in 1903. That's significant. That would have been 10 times the amount of people that lived in Newcastle. 1903. Today we learn of homemade bottle bombs in Newcastle. But back in 1903, the president was speaking there. He was the president then, right? Yeah, okay. 1942, this day, it was reported that Wyoming's Shoshone Indians had bought $470,000 in war bonds. This day, 1960, a tornado killed one near Cheyenne. They do get tornadoes down there in the southeast part of the state. April 23rd, 1975, Fort Laramie 3 Mile Hog Ranch is added to the National Registry of Historic Places. So were several other places added to the National Registry of Historic Places on this day in 1990. Several places, including the Murray residence in Jackson Hole, including Grand Tetons, the AMK Ranch, the Whitegrass Ranger Station, all these in the Teton County. Andy Chambers Ranch, Historic Ranch, that's also in Jackson Hole. Moose Entry Kiosk, yeah. Lee Lake Ranger Patrol Cabin added to the registry on this day. Barbie C. Dude Ranch, Jenny Lake Ranger Station, and the Lazy F Dude Ranch. All these in the Jackson Hole area, all added to the National Registry of Historic Places on this day in 1990, April 23rd. All these things happen on this day in history. And let's do some rodeo while we're at it. Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. I'm Will Rasmussen. Another rodeo, a major rodeo that ended its 10-day run last weekend, was the San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo. Those results have put some cowboys on the map, and some that have been on the map remain there. We'll talk about the results from down in the Lone Star State when we come back.
The American Lamb Board wants 2025 to be the best year yet for education. Lamb Checkoff-funded programs include workshops and summits aimed at equipping sheep producers with the necessary tools and resources to profitably grow their operations. Like the American Lamb Summit, July 22nd through 25th, University of Idaho in Moscow. Event highlights include defining lamb quality and hitting carcass targets and increasing production efficiency. Learn more and register at lambboard.com.
Not all cattle supplements are created equal. Flaxlick is nutritionally engineered to bridge nutritional gaps, delivering the omega-3s, protein, vitamins, and minerals your herd needs for growth, reproduction, and immune support. Its 24-hour feeding system ensures consistent, controlled nutrient delivery day and night. Backed by research trusted by producers, Flaxlick is not just another tub. It's nutritionally engineered for optimal performance. Explore Flaxlick and find a dealer at smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com.
The winners of the San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo, a major in the Texas swing, as the Texas swing is nearly complete, as everybody has their eyes on the state of California and the western part of our United States, as springtime has arrived. In the bareback riding, 21-year-old from Blackfoot, Idaho, Sage Allen, moved to the number 13 spot in the world with a win in San Angelo. Steer wrestler Jesse Brown from Oregon, the 5-time national finalist, and he is solidly in the top 15 in the world. Team ropers Colton Schmidt from Alberta, Canada, Will Woodfin from Texas win the team roping event. There's Dawson Hay in the saddle bronc riding. That young man, former Resistol Rookie of the Year, been to the NFR 4 different times. Shad Mayfield in the tie-down roping in the New Mexico man has won a world title, and now he's won San Angelo, Texas. Barrel racer Cassie Mowry from Texas. Her hot streak continues. Bailey Bates from New Mexico, number 1 in the breakaway roping in San Angelo. And in the bull riding, he went to his first NFR last year. TJ Gray from Oregon. He is in the top 5 in the world in the bull riding. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jay continues.
Yeah, here I am, and I'm just checking out my 2025 mock draft. The NFL draft is this weekend, and I'm interested to see whether the robots know more than the humans. This is the classic man against machine. John Henry hammering in the... It was John Henry that went against the steam hammer, right? Kids, do not get your history lessons from me. John Henry versus the steam hammer. It was John Henry said he could build a railroad faster than a machine, right? Man against machine. Yeah, according to legend, John Henry's prowess as a steel driver was measured in a race against a machine. Who could, they weren't making a railroad. What were they doing? Hammering a steel drill into rock to make holes for explosives in order to blast the rock to construct a railroad tunnel. So, yeah, they were making a railroad. John Henry said, I can, with my bare hands, I can make more track than the machine, the steam-powered rock drill. The contest involved John Henry as the hammer man, working in partnership with a shaker who would hold the chisel-like drill against a rock mountain. Ooh, I would not want to be the shaker. What a name for the dude who has to hold the chisel still. Yeah, you got to hold still this chisel while John Henry takes a big swing at it. I would be a shaker also. Please hit the... Yeah, I don't think so. That's not the job I'm going to sign up for. The shaker. That's the name of the dude that's got to hold the chisel while John Henry takes a two-hand swing at it with his hammer. You want to sign up to be a shaker? You think you got a lousy job? Garbage collector, lawyer, none of them are down there with a shaker. Most of your shakers today are missing fingers, I bet. Yeah, John Henry against the machine. So that's what it'll be. AI against man. The machine against man. Lots of prognosticators, lots of NFL's analysts, lots of sports dudes on ESPN that get paid to tell us what's going on with sports. They've all come out with their mock draft, how they think the draft will go, what team will take what college player. For the last 2 weeks, that's all you've read about in the world of sports is how's the NFL draft going to go? Every human has chimed in at this point. Now, let's add to the mix machines, AI, artificial intelligence. What do the robots think will happen? And how will that compare with the humans? That'll be interesting to see. More interesting, perhaps, than the draft itself. But I find this story in USA Today. And the machines involve Microsoft Copilot. That's one AI platform. Meta AI. Something called Grok. Grok, which is actually a reference to a great novel. And I'm blanking on the name of it. I just read it a few months ago. To grok something is to understand something. According to an alien in this book I'm trying to remember. If you remember, let me know on Facebook Live. What's the book? Grokking. I guess I'll look it up before I wait for someone to let me know. It's the what is the book? It's a sci-fi book. It's really good. Famous book. Not so famous in its time. It actually had to gain popularity slowly. 1961. Oh, it's Heinlein's book. Stranger in a Strange Land. Yes. Robert Heinlein. Great book. Great novel. 1961 novel. Stranger in a Strange Land. A Martian comes to live on Earth, and yeah, he's got a unique way of doing things, and particularly a unique language. And in his language, to grok something is to understand something. So that's the derivation of one of these AIs. And then ChatGPT. So it's 4 different AI, 4 different robots are going to tell you how they think the mock draft will go compared to all the sports analyst humans. And I'm just looking at the first round, and all the AI agree Cam Ward's going to go first pick to the Tennessee Titans. Then they start to maybe disagree a little bit. Second pick, Cleveland Browns. Microsoft Copilot and Meta AI think Abdul Carter, the edge rusher from Penn State, is going to go to the Browns. Meanwhile, Grok and ChatGPT think Travis Hunter, the 2-way wide receiver corner, is going to be the Browns pick. And then they really start to disagree, all these AI models. They start to disagree on how they think the draft is going to go. So what robot picks it better than the other robots? We'll find out, because I got it all here. And I'll compare, and I'll tell you what AI is the best and whether AI is better than man, whether a machine is better than man. I haven't taken a break. Let me take a quick break. I'm going to come back and tell you about this rowdy parking garage in downtown Cheyenne when we come back. This break on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be back in 3.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay. Wednesday. That means we're halfway through. Let me get my soundtrack for this story. It's going to be a lot of cops involved. This is kind of a rowdy parking garage. Parking garages have become the de facto criminal hangout in a lot of communities. It's what happens when you build a parking garage. Once you're big enough as a city, as a community, once you're big enough to build yourself a parking garage, once you find you need a parking garage because you've got too many people trying to park cars, that automatically qualifies you as being, you've taken that next step towards criminal element. You're a big enough city that you've got big city problems, which include crime. And nowhere is crime more suited perfectly to take place than in a parking garage. For some reason, I'm still not exactly sure why parking garages are so attractive to criminals, but they do attract criminal element. They attract rowdiness. And case in point, Renee Jean's story about the downtown Cheyenne parking garage, considered a nightmare by nearby business owners and residents. They say this place 24/7 is a problem. For instance, as Renee Jean is interviewing one subject, Bohemian Metals owner Brian Snyder, as he's describing, next door, the Cheyenne parking garage, there's always something going on. As he's speaking, he's like, a bright blue car came flying out of the parking garage. The vehicle's driver paused, he started revving the car up, and then the vehicle sped out of the garage, accelerating quickly, forcing the modified car to backfire loudly like a gun going off. So it's, just a bunch of hoodlums hanging out at the parking garage, and they like to race out of it. I don't know what the attraction is, and neither does Brian Snyder. Brian said their thing is driving through the garage. For them, that's the funnest time of their life, to race through the parking garage and fire off in there. And this goes on as late as 3 o'clock in the morning, Brian says. And as the summer gets warmer, there's just even more people, so it continues. But Bohemian Metals owner Brian Snyder during an interview said, see, there you go. The blue car did it. He says, see what I mean? He's just one of other neighbors who say that the parking garage there on 17th Street in Cheyenne has become a magnet for kids just goofing around, they're hanging around. The city closed the top floor of it, the top tier of it, trying to cut down on the amount of racing around in the parking garage. Again, I'm not sure what the attraction is. I mean, I know kids in their cars like to race around, goof around, peel out, do wheelies, not wheelies, do figure eights. I don't know. A long time ago, I got over that. But, for someone just learning to drive, if you're in your teens, I guess it's fun to burn rubber, man. Yeah, and that's what they're doing in the. It's more fun to do it in a parking garage, I guess, because maybe it traps the noise better. The tires squeal better. I don't know. And then the cars backfire. But Snyder, who's interviewed in this story, Brian Snyder, lives in an apartment above his store there on 17th Street. And he's like, all day, all night. It begins about 5 o'clock every day, he says, and then off and on into the early morning hours. The parking garage is like a block away from the cop shop. Cheyenne Police Department has a station there, I think, just a block away. And they've not been able to do anything about it. They closed the city shut off the top floor of the garage to discourage the practice of popping of tailpipes going off. Okay. He said that helped a little bit, but they're still in there driving around, making noise. He said, I know of rapes that have gone on in the parking garage. I know of shots fired. I know multiple assaults. And the police said it doesn't matter. The police station is a half a block away. Doesn't matter. Doesn't even factor in. Still problems. Apparently in the Cheyenne parking garage. Cars zooming in and out of there. Another neighbor, Megan Gia, I can't even say the last name. I'm not even going to try. Megan sees it too. She owns Collectors Hub right next door, and she said, yeah, she's had to make frequent calls to the police department saying they're at it again. Megan said the cars are zooming in and out of there, and it's all loud teenagers, young 20-year-olds speeding up and down. Those whippersnappers. There are constant burnouts, Megan said. What does Megan know about burnout? Loud trucks zooming up and in there, chaotic, especially at night. She's not aware of any shots fired or assaults. She just says it's noisy. They're just partying and kids making noise in the parking garage. Maybe it just has to be policed. But oh, there's a video. Does this have? There's a video that I'll watch the video and see if that's any fun. Oh, not really. Yeah, I'm trying to see if the video shows like these kids doing burnouts, but it doesn't. It's just sort of a drive-through, so you get a feel of what there's a drive-through a parking garage. You know, who of us have not parked in a parking garage? Okay, but what is the excitement of like squealing out in there? I don't know. Renee Jean has a story about that downtown Cheyenne parking garage that's become a problem because it attracts the wrong element and it attracts kids doing burnouts. Here is Renee.
And it's a nightmare on 17th Street. That's what neighbors of a parking garage in downtown Cheyenne say regarding the unsavory activity taking place there that disturbs the peace and makes those who use it uneasy. While the city has taken steps to make the garage safer, Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to business owners who say there continues to be nightly noise violations as well as vandalism.
People go drive their cars around, race around the garage, blow out their tailpipes, make that big popping sound on those modified exhaust, hang out on the top floor, sometimes paintballing the businesses across the way. One time, Bohemian Metals owner Brian Snyder told me he was sitting there talking on the phone and somebody came racing out of the garage and rammed right into his Toyota Tacoma truck while he was sitting there. Brian said he doesn't get a full night's sleep any night. He's heard about assaults in there and other things. The lady next door told me she's heard about a kidnapping.
The mayor says the city is looking at ways to further light up the garage at night, including lowering the lights so light disperses better and painting the walls white. The city has also installed high-definition cameras in the garage and installed stations where patrons of the garage can alert security if something were to happen.
Those kids and their tailpipe popping. in the Cheyenne parking garage. Time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The smokestacks towering above the Dave Johnston power plant are a fixture on the skyline outside of Glen Rock, and a group of engineering and technology experts are meeting there this week with the goal of making them obsolete. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that 8 Rivers, a decarbonization technology company based in North Carolina, is developing technology that will not need smokestacks to release emissions from burning coal.
They've developed a type of turbine technology that uses oxy-combustion, using pure oxygen to burn coal or a coal blend of some kind. The end result is that it produces pure CO2 that can then be piped out of the plant instead of sent up the smokestack. So it aspires to basically make smokestacks obsolete.
A massive team of engineers is currently working on the turbine that promises to produce dispatchable clean energy using coal. A 12-person jury has determined that a former award-winning foster father is guilty on 8 counts of abusing multiple children, either sexually or physically. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that after nearly 2 weeks of sometimes graphic and emotional testimony in the case against Stephen Marler, the jury was out for 6.5 hours before announcing their verdict Tuesday evening.
About 7:30 on Tuesday, a 7-man and 5-woman jury here in Natrona County came down with a verdict on the sex charges against a former award-winning foster dad. They found him guilty on 8 of 11 charges that he was facing involving sexually abusing adopted daughters. 3 of the charges were dismissed. Those involved foster daughters back from 2013 and 2014. He was found guilty on 5 counts of battery, 1 count of child endangerment. And he showed little emotion when the verdict was read. He did wave to his family as his bond was revoked and he was taken away by sheriff deputies.
A pre-sentence investigation has been ordered prior to scheduling a sentencing hearing. Mineral revenues had been in decline in Wyoming over the past decade, which has resulted in a corresponding drop in funding for Wyoming's public schools. How to address that loss of revenue from oil and gas leases was a major topic of conversation at a state trust land forum at the University of Wyoming on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson was at the meeting.
There's been a number of lawsuits over whether these schools are being adequately funded or not. One proposal would be potentially raising grazing rates for people who do ranching on these state trust lands. But ultimately, the Wyoming Constitution says that the state lands must generate the highest revenue possible for the beneficiaries, and there's just no exceptions built into that.
88 to 90% of the leasing revenue the Office of State Lands and Investments generates each year comes from oil and gas. Revenue from mineral leases is expected to be $123 million in 2025. That's the lowest sum in Wyoming in 4 years. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Want to give back to the place you call home? You can leave a lasting legacy gift with the Wyoming Community Foundation's 5 to Thrive initiative. It's simple. Just leave 5% of your wealth to support local nonprofits while keeping 95% for your loved ones. We like to call it Give Where You Live. Your gift stays right here, building a stronger and thriving Wyoming for generations to come. Visit wycf.org to learn more, because a thriving Wyoming starts with you. That's wycf.org.
Well, it's a nightmare on 17th Street. That's what neighbors of a parking garage in downtown Cheyenne say regarding the unsavory activity taking place there that disturbs the peace and makes those who use it uneasy. While the city has taken steps to make the garage safer, Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to business owners who say there continue to be nightly noise violations as well as vandalism.
People go drive their cars around, race around the garage, blow out their tailpipes, hang out on the top floor, sometimes paintballing the businesses across the way. One time, Bohemian Metals owner Brian Snyder told me he was sitting there talking on the phone and somebody came racing out of the garage and rammed right into his Toyota Tacoma truck while he was sitting there. Brian said he doesn't get a full night's sleep any night. He's heard about assaults in there and other things. The lady next door told me she's heard about a kidnapping.
The mayor says that the city is looking at ways to further light up the garage at night. The city has also installed high-definition cameras in the garage and installed stations where patrons of the garage can alert security if something were to happen. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on CowboyStateDaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalizing.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree.
I'm not gonna listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Welcome back to studio here on a Wednesday edition of Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Hoping to get to Leo Wolfson here shortly. He'll drop into the Zoom room, and we expect also to talk to the folks at the Jackson Hole Airport. Airport Director Jim Elwood is going to be on, along with is it Dustin Havel? I think. I know Jim. I don't know Dustin, but I do know Jackson Hole Airport is in the news. They've been certified by Dark Sky International for their efforts to reduce light pollution. The airport doing all they can to be a place that fits in with the national park that they're inside of, Grand Teton. The airport is now designated as an urban night sky place, the first in the world to be recognized by the Anti-Light Pollution Organization. And that's good news for folks who live around the airport, certainly. Before we go there, we're going to talk to Leo, I'm hoping. And before we talk to Leo, I did want to hit a couple of stories that I've been keeping my eye on this morning. Department of Education looks like they're going to go after student loans. There was a time during the Biden administration where your student loan debt was kind of ignored. In fact, the Biden administration made it a policy that they wouldn't really be coming after you too hard. Over the last 4 years, that's going to change. Seeing stories now that student loans in default are going to be referred to debt collection. Department of Education says they're going to ramp up and get aggressive again on pursuing loans that are in default. The education department the same education department, I'm presuming, that President Trump says he's going to dismantle. Okay. But the DOE, Department of Education, says it'll begin next month sending loans that are in default to collection agencies, and this could include the potential for wage garnishing. Millions of borrowers could be affected. Currently, roughly about 5.3 million borrowers are in default on their federal student loans. That's quite a few. Trump administration's announcement marks the end of a period of leniency that began during COVID. No federal student loans have been referred to collections since March of 2020, including those in default. Under President Joe Biden, the Education Department tried multiple times to give broad forgiveness of student loans, but that was halted by courts. But certainly during the Biden administration, there was no aggressive pursuit of getting you to pay back your student loans. In other words, you were never sent to a collection agency. You will be now. Beginning May 5th, the department will begin involuntary collection through the Treasury Department's offset program. That means if you have any IRS, if you have any refund coming, that's going to be snatched up. Then garnishment of wages, all that stuff. Beginning May 5th, Department of Education says it's time to get serious about student loans in default. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. Bearer of more bad news is IHOP going out of business. International House of Pancakes. Nationally, the IHOP has said that they're struggling. IHOP chain filed for bankruptcy earlier this month. The chain has named some restaurants that are to close, but really we don't have a clear list of restaurants that are going to close, if any. But IHOP chain did file for bankruptcy earlier this month. And at least the effects are already seen in Wyoming. The Cheyenne IHOP, a recent sign was put on the International House of Pancakes. Cheyenne IHOP closed. The sign says business permanently closed. This is a sign on the Cheyenne IHOP. Business permanently closed as of 4/20/2025. We thank you for your business over the last 24 years. IHOP in Cheyenne closed. The first IHOP to ever open, Los Angeles, 1958. At last count, there were 1,694 IHOP restaurants operating in the United States in all 50 states as of last year. But the chain is in financial trouble, filing for bankruptcy earlier this month, and now the Cheyenne IHOP suddenly closed on April 20th. Okay. Leo, where are you? Maybe Leo's not going to be able to make the scene. Leo's stories that we're checking out today. He's got a story about a 2-horse race for the next chairman of the Wyoming Republican Party. We talked about it yesterday. I am hoping to have on both those candidates, both who want to lead the GOP into the future. Earlier this week, Sheridan resident Brian Miller announced that he'll be running for state chair. Rebecca Bextel has already announced, Jackson resident Rebecca Bextel announced her campaign last fall. So now those two are going to go head to head. Miller and Bextel to be the next leader of the Wyoming Republican Party, the state party. Both are similar in their platforms and their views and what they'll bring as far as political views. Both are ultra-conservative, far-right, but they are substantially different in their background and in their personalities. So it'll be interesting. May 3rd is when the Central Committee meeting is going to happen in Cody. That's when they will elect their new chair. Either Rebecca Bextel or Brian Miller will be elected at the Central Committee meeting in Cody on May 3rd. And I'm going to try to get both of them on. I think it'll be kind of interesting. Outgoing chair Frank Ethorn announced last winter he would not seek re-election. So that leaves the door wide open for Rebecca Bextel and or, well, I guess there's no and. They can't both fit in the chair, Brian Miller. And I'll try to get them on the show. I know Rebecca. I think she'll come on. She's so busy, though. Brian Miller, we'll reach out to him. Leo, give me Brian's number, and we'll see if he can come on the show. Leo Wilson also has that story today about Liam Cobb, the 19-year-old who fell from the wind turbine. He was a wind turbine technician. He worked on wind turbines, fixed them, just 19 years old. Well, we learn now he didn't fall. Likely he jumped purposely. Christy Cobb, the mother of the 19-year-old, says she wants people to know his story. He battled with mental health issues long before his death. This is certainly suicide ideation was involved in the Cobb family. Christy said, I don't know that we did everything right. I'm certain we did not. But I also don't believe in giving up. She probably lives with a lot of guilt, wondering if there was something more she could have done. But she said her 19-year-old son, Liam, certainly was suffering from depression, had talked to mom and dad about suicide, said he was thinking about it, even had to plan for it. They found professional help for him. They did what they could, but Liam Cobb likely jumped from a wind turbine earlier this month to his death. And it's the family is just being really open about it because they want to hopefully use this as a lesson for maybe the next family and perhaps save somebody from the next instance of suicide, hopefully. And I appreciate Christy Cobb and the family coming forward, being really open about it and sharing. If you or someone you know is finding yourself in this kind of a dark place, there is a suicide prevention lifeline, 988. Just dial 988. A trained professional will be standing by, or get on the website chat.988lifeline.org. A story from Leo Wilson, who had the original story about the death of Liam Cobb. At that time, looked like an accident. Now we find out the real story. And again, thank you to the Cobb family for being open to sharing about the experience. Hopefully that does help somebody down the line. That the one other story Leo had, I really wanted to have him on because he needs to explain it to me, about Hot Springs County Republicans sue the state party in what they say is Soviet-style Politburo. I do not know what that means. I only have a cursory grasp of what's going on, but there's a new lawsuit filed against the Wyoming Republican Party that we were just talking about, that we got two running to be the chair. Be careful what you wish for. First thing you might have to address is this lawsuit. Hot Springs County Party is suing their own statewide party. And I'm not sure what's at the bottom of it. And that's why I wanted Leo on. Leo, please explain this to me. But yeah, I guess there ain't going to be no Leo. All right. Well, we'll use this time to check in on Wyoming Game and Fish Department. And I'll do that for you. Then we'll get ready for our special guest, Jim Elwood of the Jackson Hole Airport, is going to be with us, along with Dustin Havel, who I don't know who Dustin is, but I'm sure we're going to find out pretty quick. First, Wyoming Game and Fish, and this Wyoming Game and Fish Minute.
applying for the Table Mountain Elk Hunt. It's an event for first-time youth and women hunters. Next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman, I'm Ray Hageman. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department is announcing an application opportunity for the 2025 Table Mountain Elk Hunt. It is a mentored hunt offered through the Why Hunt Fish program and coordinated by Table Mountain Outfitters. The event is designed to teach first-time youth and women hunters the basic skills used in elk hunting. During the 3-day hunt, participants will learn safe firearm handling, scouting, field dressing, and blood tracking skills. All these skills will be used during the mentored hunt to harvest a cow elk. William Poole, Game and Fish Recruitment, Retention, and Reactivation Coordinator, says we're excited to offer this event for the third year through our Why Hunt Fish program. He says this is a great opportunity for beginners to learn all about elk hunting. Poole says Why Hunt Fish is a game and fish initiative to support non-government organizations that host hunting and fishing skill-building events and mentored hunting and fishing programs. There will be 3 separate elk hunt opportunities. One will be entirely for youth hunters, one will be for adult women, and the third hunt will be for female guardians youth pairs. For guardian youth pairs, each individual must complete an application. Lodging in either Newcastle or Chugwater, food and equipment are provided for this program. Table Mountain Outfitters will facilitate the elk application process upon acceptance to the program. All participants will be required to purchase an elk license and conservation stamp. There are no additional fees associated with these mentored hunts. Session 1 will be in Newcastle. That's the mom, female, guardian, and youth, August 13th through the 16th. Session 2 is for adult women in Newcastle, August 16th through the 19th. And Session 3 will be for youth in Chugwater, August 19th through the 22nd. The applications are due by May 15th. Table Mountain Elk Hunt is a Why Hunt Fish program coordinated by Table Mountain Outfitters. If your organization is interested in hosting an event through the Why Hunt Fish recruitment program, contact William Poole at the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. For more information on the hunt and available scholarships, contact Table Mountain Outfitters at tmohunts@gmail.com. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, a program by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
Well, thank you, Ray. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily. Show with Jake continues.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. It's a Wednesday into the Zoom room. Couple of guys off the airport. We picked them up at the airport. That's Jim Elwood and Dustin Havel. Is that how I say your last name?
Havel, but
Havel. Okay. That's the Grand Poobah and the other Poobah. That's the director of the airport, Jim Elwood. If you're watching the podcast, if you're on radio, you'll just have to take my word for it. Director Elwood on the left and Havel on the right is on the board. He's also the backup in case something happens to Jim Elwood. He's assistant airport director. So before we talk about why you guys are on the show, and it's exciting news for the airport, definitely. First, Jim, talk a little bit, or somebody talk a little bit about the airport, because I personally can't brag enough about Jackson Hole Airport, how well it's run, how efficiently it's run, and its uniqueness. I mean, you're not going to find an airport like this anywhere in the U.S. within a national park. It brings challenges, but the awe-inspiring, what is the collective sound of people who exit the plane and look at those Tetons and like, oh my.
Well, first off, Jake, thanks for having us on today. It's great to join you and listeners and viewers. And thank you for the compliment about the airport. Lots of folks have worked so very hard to make this airport feel special and part of our very unique ecosystem here in the greater Yellowstone community. And that compliment really goes to the airport board, group of volunteers over the years that have just worked diligently and thoughtfully about trying to make this place special. Obviously, the Tetons being at play is the kind of the magic sauce that everybody does do, that kind of awe and gets so taken in the moment. And so, yes, when folks are landing here and come off the airplane, and if they've not visited our community before, are just mesmerized. And I think all of us who have flown on airplanes that arrive can see the folks who have their cameras up next to the windows, and they're just captivated. So we're so blessed to have all the things that work in our favor. And it also speaks to the people that work here at the airport too, right, Jake? There's a lot of very dedicated, committed people who want to do the right thing and have this place and share this special place with others.
Let me ask you one other thing. This airport is so unique. It's small. I mean, there's only one runway and going in one direction. There's not a lot going on. And yet it has, it's a big city international feel in this airport for such a small, cozy airport. You're going to be well fed. You guys just did a baggage, the baggage claim area revamped, the waiting area. I was just there for spring break is suddenly, bigger and comfier. It has all the comforts of big international feel, but it's still small town, homie. And I love that.
Well, that was really the direction that the airport board and all involved have tried to keep, is that we're a very small airport. If you compare in activity levels and such, we're just a tiny, tiny airport in the national airspace system. But that we want us to project a comfortable place that doesn't have a lot of outside advertising to try to distract people to buy things or whatever, but to really absorb and be in the moment here in Jackson, in this very special place, so they can absorb the Tetons and the views, and probably most importantly, to have that travel experience be as low key and low stress as possible. And that's been the focus of all that have been involved in the airport over time. And you mentioned the transitions in the seating area and baggage makeup and all those kind of things. Every step of the way, we think about how does that feel to those that come through our place? Does it reflect the community and its values? And can we make it a place where people can be more comfortable than a lot of airports might have as background?
I don't know if the users know of and appreciate enough of what we're going to talk about next, but I'll bet your neighbors do, and I'll bet people who watch this kind of thing really appreciate it. And that's this Dark Sky Initiative, and that's why we're here talking with you. This Jackson Hole Airport just recently certified by Dark Sky International for your efforts to reduce light pollution. I know Jackson as a town wants to be dark sky, and every year I see that slipping away. I know that's the intent, but more and more development means more and more lights. But you guys at the airport have really made a conscious effort to reduce light pollution, and that's not easily done, I can imagine. And tell me about what it is that you went through to get this certification. It's the first of its kind for an airport. How did that go? And go ahead and brag on yourself for being dark over there.
Well, thanks, Jake. I'm going to turn it over to Dustin here in a moment just to speak to some of the more technical components that had to come together to really make this happen. But as you mentioned, to be able to be listed as a dark skies place is a goal that the airport board and I'll give a background for your listeners that it came from a conversation with Superintendent of Grand Teton National Park, Chip Jenkins. You know, our relationship and being in a national park puts additional focus and thought to how do we really minimize the footprint of this airport in this very special place. And so Superintendent Jenkins said, you know, this dark sky initiative, Park Service is interested, other parties are interested. You know, what do you think about that? And you know, the airport board and Dustin and the team across the airport just went at this issue with intensity and commitment. And so to be the first airport, we weren't even sure that we would fit in any box that the Dark Skies International Committee would approve as an airport, because no other airport in the world had ever successfully made this transition. So we were blazing ground. We weren't told by a regulatory entity that we had to do it. It was a commitment that the board wanted to see happen. And so Dustin will kind of walk through the nuts and bolts about how that came together, because it's been a lift. It's been a multi-year lift. And not only a large number of people and hours that went toward it, but also, you know, making light fixture changes and all those things meant that we had to really bear down and make something happen that had not ever occurred at any airport in the world prior. So compliments really go to the board, to Dustin and his team and how they went about it.
Dustin, how'd you do it?
So appreciate the question. Thanks, Jim, for, you know, the intro. Really, you know, this took about a year to 2 years to kind of go through the whole process and everything. Really, we started with doing an inventory of what our existing lights are, and kind of working through this process. And also, we are an airport, so we are regulated by, you know, the Federal Aviation Administration. So we really figured out what we needed to focus on. One of those being, the air side is still meeting compliance. So we really focused on the terminal and the landside areas, facilities, parking lots, things of that nature. We developed a plan and brought that back to the board. So it's our lighting management plan, and they approved that, and then staff really got to work. The maintenance team is really who gets the kudos on this. In particular, a couple of electricians on the team, Dustin and JT, another Dustin. And they changed over, 250 light fixtures. We had a threshold to submit to Dark Skies to get the certification, and we had to have 2/3 compliant, or around 67%. When we submitted the application, we were at 80% Dark Skies compliant light fixtures, and we're working our way towards 100%. We anticipate being at 100% here in the next year. So that's really kind of how it kind of all came together, and appreciate the board support, the idea coming from the park, and really the team rallying together to get the job done.
A lot goes into being recognized, Dark Sky International, being recognized as Urban Night Sky Place. It includes, simple stuff like pointing lights downward that don't need to point upward, motion detector parking lot lights. Like, that's next level, guys. But, you can only do so much at an airport. You can't go completely dark. Pilots got to know where the heck the airport is to land in there. Jim, the last I knew, and maybe this is not correct anymore, but, in the dead of night, if you want to land a plane at the Jacksonville airport at 1 a.m, it's going to be dark. You've got to turn the lights on. Back in the day, I mean, is that still the case? The pilot has to fire up the lights?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jake. That'll continue to be the same case. The rotating beacon, that identifies the airport needs to be going 20, during nighttime operations. So that'll be standard and continues through the Dark Skies process. But the lighting for the runway taxiway system, that's a historic way that pilots who arrive, and we've got a voluntary curfew at our airport, so we ask people not to use the airport. But there are emergency flights and medical issues that aircraft need to use this airport. They can click up the lights through an automated system that they have in the cockpit to bring those lights up when necessary, but they will shut off after a period of inactivity and that side. If I can, I'll just add a context to what Dustin offered in terms of the process. Part of what had to happen here is that all these lighting systems are now computerized, and so they needed to be brought back to central sites across the airport, because we really aren't looking to have an individual walk around and turn light switches off each night to make sure they're done exactly right. So we needed to automate the system in a way that was consistent and worked over time and kept the life safety needs, because the airport is occupied with folks that are doing their jobs 24 hours a day. So you have to have a certain amount of lights just to make sure that those folks can operate and do what they need to do and do it in a safe manner. So anyway, I just wanted to pause there and share that.
Interesting. So yeah, Superintendent Grand Teton National Park, Chip Jenkins, he approached you, and this is not the only concern of an airport in a national park. There's pollution of all kinds that you guys are held to a higher standard no other airport is. Noise pollution, obviously, for wildlife and for neighbors has been an issue to the point where I think you've altered your approach and takeoff. You've been sensitive to that. And then, groundwater pollution when these planes have to be de-iced and that toxic stuff, you got to account for that and mitigate that. There's all kinds of pollution you got to be worried about in a airport that's within Grand Teton. Challenging.
Right, it certainly is, and I think that it may help kind of everyone understand that when we start a project at this airport, we start with the environmental component possible within that to the highest standard that anyone can visualize or reasonably accomplish. And so I just want to share with the listening group that is where we start every project, is how do we minimize or eliminate any of those kind of impacts that we can reasonably accomplish. A few years ago, we did a new runway reconstruct here at the airport. Not only did we recycle over 96% of the materials that came out of the old runway back into the new runway, but we also, my understanding is that we're the only airport in the country that collects the storm water off of that pavement surfaces and runs it through a water filtration system. So there's 29,000 linear feet of storm drain collection systems adjacent to that runway that were included in the 22 project that were not in the prior runway. And this airport's now collecting almost all of the stormwater runoff off of almost every surface across the airport and running it through water filtration. So when we try to understand changes at the airport, we're mostly replacing items that had currently already been in place, like the runway or structures that have been old and are beyond their lifespan, and we're trying to make them better and more thoughtful and more responsible to the place we are.
We're talking to Jim Elwood, director of the Jacksonville Airport, assistant director, board member Dustin Havel, and big congrats on the designation, first of its kind, Dark Sky International, saying that you guys are lights out like nobody, and we already knew that. I love this airport. One other thing, whenever we're talking about Jacksonville Airport, we got to talk about the private plane traffic, the new FBO. I mean, give us an idea of how many private jets fly in and out of there compared to commercial, and the concerns that might bring to a community.
Well, really important topics, and I appreciate the chance to chat to them a little bit, Jake. The reality is that we have about the same number of aircraft operations coming through this airport as we did 20 years ago. When you actually count takeoffs and landings, you drove toward an important detail, though, which is we're seeing a transition on the general aviation side or the private aircraft side that had been maybe smaller airplanes and such back in the day that are more jet aircraft, and they're physically larger than the airplanes we used to see. So all of those impacts are something we track very closely. We have a Fly Quiet program. We're one of the leaders in that space as well, about trying to educate pilots and operators about how they can utilize the quietest techniques to get in and out of this airport, to fly their quietest airplanes they might have. But the same thing that all of us are here and appreciate are the same thing that some of those users have as well, which is this is a special place. So the opportunity to operate the FBO or the fixed base operator that provides some of the services to general aviation has given us a direct communication link to those operators that never existed before. And we can share with them the values of this community and how they should and need to be respectful of the voluntary curfew hours, that they need to be thoughtful about how they operate the airplane. And I want to assure your listening audience, we don't encourage the use of this airport by general aviation or even promote it. So we're just trying to be educational in nature and minimize those impacts. You talked about other tactics and things that the airport's put in place, like trying to help the FAA with routing aircraft to minimize the impact on both the park and our neighbors and other things. So we try to be proactive in that space, and even in spaces that we don't have 100% influence, we try to help share the message.
Well, yeah, what a unique Jacksonville Airport, unique. Their environmental first attitude is because they're in a Grand Teton National Park, and it's kind of a mandate, but also because it's the right thing to do. So, yeah, I appreciate it, guys, and way to go with the what did we win? Is it come with a trophy or a belt buckle or anything?
It'd be great if they had a kind of a rodeo belt buckle with this, but that's the real joy was getting the email from them that said that we had met their criteria and that we were the first in the world to make this step. So the satisfaction is found in that space as opposed to a plaque or some other kind of more symbolic thing.
All right. Well, we all know anyway. Jacksonville Airport, thank you. It's Jim Elwood, Dustin Havo been on the show. Thanks for coming on, guys. Appreciate it. Keep up good work out there at the airport.
Great. Thanks, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday edition. We got to take a quick break and be back to wrap things up today right after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Students are fighting back and winning. International students stripped of their legal status in the U.S. We've seen this happening across the country and right here in Laramie at the University of Wyoming, where international students here in country to go to college are finding their visas revoked. What does it mean? Do they have to self-deport? Are they going to be deported? Is ICE going to raid college campuses? There's still a lot unknown. But according to one story, Associated Press reporting that in some colleges, these students are lawyering up and winning at least initial legal battles to stay in the country and to stay at their college. And we're seeing it happen in several places. One of them is Missouri State University. Anjan Roy attends Missouri State University, he got an email that turned his world upside down. He said his legal status as an international student had been terminated, effective immediately, and he was suddenly at risk for deportation. Anjan was like a lot of folks, more than 1,000 estimated now across the U.S. that are in the United States in order to attend a college or university to found their visa revoked. It's happened to a handful of students at University of Wyoming. Anjan said, I was in literal shock. Like, what the hell is this? He's a graduate student in computer science. He's from Bangladesh. He said at first he avoided going out in public. He barricaded himself in his dorm room. He was skipping classes. He kept his phone turned off. And he asked his roommates to screen any visitors that might have come by the dorm room. Actually, he lives in an apartment. But he feels a little better now because he and other students have found legal recourse and have got at least temporary restraining orders against deportation and against any action. These cases filed in Atlanta. There's 133 plaintiffs in all compared to the over 1,000 that have had visas revoked. These restraining orders have been issued in New Hampshire, Wisconsin, Montana, Oregon, and Washington. Judges denying the federal government from, at least right now, deporting international students with a revocation of their visas. Still, the U.S. Government is saying the hope is we hope they'll just leave and self-deport. But right now, finding that at least 1,100 students at least 174 colleges and universities who have found their visas revoked are seeking legal assistance to remain in country, and judges so far complying in many cases. I forgot to bring this up when we were talking about the Game and Fish. We had our Game and Fish moment, whatever it's called, the outdoors show, the Game and Fish. On a related note, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, the Red Canyon chapter, is going to hold their annual banquet this coming weekend, April 26th, the date, that's Saturday, at the Lander Community and Convention Center. Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Red Canyon chapter, holding its annual fundraising banquet Saturday, April 26th. Doors open at 4. It's going to be a night of fun, silent auctions, games, entertainment, and prime rib dinner. Oh, you had me at prime rib. Buy your reserved tables and tickets, individual tickets now. Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, the Red Canyon chapter, holds its annual fundraiser this Saturday, April 26th in Lander, Wyoming. Let's take a quick break and check in on Don Day's weather forecast, which I think includes, some sunshine and possible rain shower. Kind of be both or either. Here's Don Day with the weather.
Well, after a really nice day yesterday across the Cowboy State, we're going to start to see things change. Now, today will start off mild, a lot like how Tuesday went, but as the day wears on, clouds will be building and scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms will develop across the central, the north, and the east. Some of these, especially in the east, could linger into the overnight hours and into the early morning hours of Thursday. And Thursday and Friday and part of Saturday, we're going to continue to be a bit cooler statewide with daily chances of scattered showers and storms. Now, they're not going to be really organized. They're going to be kind of here and there, kind of spotty. But the odds are over the next 3 or 4 days that many of you will experience some rainfall, some high elevation snowfall. Temperatures, thankfully, won't be that cold with this system. A little bit cooler through Saturday, then a stronger cold front is due late in the weekend and into early next week.
All right. Thank you, Don. The day weather forecast. Yeah, kind of a hit and miss, mixed bag of sun and rain. That sounds like April. Fourth quarter of 2024, Wyoming Cost of Living Index is out, just released. The WCLI, its Cost of Living Index for the state of Wyoming over the fourth quarter of last year. That information is now out, and surprise, inflation. Statewide inflation at 4.6%. What's gone up the most? Food and housing. Think many of us have seen that, and that kind of mirrors what's going on in the United States as well. Statewide inflation, 4.6%. Food was up the most, along with housing, both 5.6% increase inflation. Transportation was up a bit. Medical, clothes, recreation, and personal care items up the least, 1%. Where in Wyoming are we feeling the most inflation? Central Wyoming led the way, 5.6% increase inflation. Where is the least effect felt? In the southeast part of the state, I guess you would be happy to know. Wyoming's comparative cost of living index, what counties are the most expensive to live in? Care to guess? Shouldn't be that hard to put your finger on the number one most expensive county to live in the state of Wyoming. Teton County leads the way. Cost of living index 178. If the statewide average is 100, the comparative cost of living index in Teton is 178. You know who else was up there kind of high? Lincoln County. And all of this, presumably, is the effect of bordering Teton County. Lincoln came in with 111 as far as cost of living index. Sublet, 104. And again, the influence of being a bedroom community or bordering Teton County, you would have to think. Laramie, just by virtue of having a college over there. Although Laramie, the college town, is actually in Albany County, which was 99. Laramie, home to Cheyenne State Capital, that's 104 cost of living index. Sheridan and Campbell County, both coming in at 100. They're about average of what it costs to live in those counties, about average. Some of the cheaper counties to live in where you can get by a little bit easier, Bighorn County at 86. Washakie, Hot Springs, both at 85. So is Niobrara. And Goshen County, way over there on the Nebraska border, is the most reasonable cost of living at 84. Yeah, just passing along that info for you. I'm really excited about a new book. We'll have to get this author on if we can. We've had a lot of book authors on the show. Here's another one that we should get on. Sylvia Brunner just came out with a new book. She's been working on it for years. It concerns the Bomber Mountain and the Bomber Mountain crash. Beyond the Wreckage, Brunner, I think she pronounces her last name Bruner, publishes a book on the Bomber Mountain crash. Happened all the way back in 1943. The crash of a B-17 World War II bomber killed all 10 crew members aboard. The wreckage is still intact. You can still go up there on Bomber Mountain and see a lot of the pieces of this B-17. The military plane crash site and the mountain, now known, back in 2014, it kind of got renamed to Bomber Mountain. Elevation of 12,800 feet. Bruner visited the wreckage site. She's also an employee of the Jim Gatchell Memorial Museum. She's been researching the crash for over a decade, talking with locals, out-of-town visitors, and she's kind of put it together, and she's got a new book out that might be interesting to read. We'll have to get her on the show if we can. Well, that'll do it for us on this Wednesday. The Cowboy State Daily Show wraps up. See you again tomorrow. Have a great Wednesday, y'all.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.